Hello, hello, welcome everybody. Welcome to Andrelczyk Amusement Academy 26, and happy 6 days before Christmas. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to everybody who I've seen so far. There's a pretty big list of you already, so thanks for coming by. We are going to continue our little park here and build on some more stuff. We'll see what we work on today. I actually really don't have anything planned in particular, so we're kind of wing this one as we go and see what's going on. So yeah, welcome in everybody. Hope you're having a nice afternoon or evening or morning, depending on where your time zone is. So last time around, we did some architecture. We did these two buildings here, this little pavilion, did a statue in the middle, and then little bits and pieces. And after the stream, I went through and put this tunnel on the end, and I also added some extra supports here, just trying to play around with how those might look. So those are turning out all right. Welcome in. It hurts when I eat, and I think we're looking pretty good right now. So I may add some trim on this here a little bit later, only because I did it here. But I don't want to necessarily trim everything. We got a pretty hefty amount of folks coming through here, and they all kind of look lost. Actually, let me close our music, our stream opening music, because otherwise people will look for this ride, and that will not work so well. Only issue I have with trim on this one is the inside up against the other structure, because it tends to glitch a little bit. So we can probably play with that a little bit and see what works, but might not be a bad option. So the park is sized to about this, and ignore that. That's a future fix my layout. And the areas here in red are sort of the idea where we're going for. We do have the train. This is by no means a final train layout. It's just connected so that I can run the thing and get guests in it. The idea is we're colonial America, and we're going to start out here in Philadelphia, and then we're going to continue to a couple of different areas. So we've got over here, this is the Salem, Massachusetts area, which sort of is like from right here-ish. We're going to do a little plaza, wooden coaster, and then it sort of ends at the railroad tracks. This is sort of no man's land at the moment. We're still working on that out. I'm not quite sure what that's going to be quite yet, but we'll figure it out. And then splitting this way from Philadelphia, we're going to have the Boston Harbor on this side, or Boston Harbor, I guess. This is going to have a splash battle in the middle of it, and maybe some kind of big boat. We can put a restaurant in there or something. Then we will have a Roanoke themed area here. So the colonial Roanoke, if you're not familiar, mysteriously disappeared. Not too mysteriously if you read all the history, but it's somewhat mysterious. So this is going to be kind of interesting. We'll do something fun there. Hey, Oldenwood, welcome in. Kind of thinking about this one maybe as almost like a living history museum, among other things. Behind the Boston area, we have a couple things. So here we would have we'll have a Native American, some kind of history area. I don't know which tribe or tribes or what, but we'll do something with it. Hey, Ramachunas, welcome in. I'm glad you caught us live today. We actually started on time today at 2 o'clock, which is rare. I mean, granted, it's a day late from when we used to start, but that's all right. So I can talk faster at 1.5 speed. I usually talk too fast anyway, is what I'm told. But so off of Boston back here, we're going to have the gateway to the west. So this is going to be St. Louis right here. So we'll probably have the train station parked here, perhaps, and then we'll go across the river to the wilderness. So this is like Lewis and Clark's wilderness out here. So probably some sort of either adventure ride or even a ropes course or something. I think I want to do the bobsled out here potentially. And then on this side, we'll have sort of the fur traders, trappers, things like that. Maybe sort of like almost French northern, like on the coast or on the St. Lawrence Seaway there, maybe upper New York, Quebec type space. Could do Alaska over here. Lewis and Clark got a little off track, and instead they found a spaceship crashed in Alaska. It's disaster transport just redone. And then we'll have a little kids area here. So I am thinking like Johnny Appleseed and just very kid-friendly colonial America themes. Areas look kind of small. Potentially, yeah. But the nice thing is that this is just lines painted on the ground, so we can move those. It's why I don't build paths ahead of time. It's why I just use the markings, because I will inevitably come and change it 100 times before we're done. So especially the Boston area, just depending on how it goes, because obviously we'll have the splash battle here. We'll have our Boston Tea Party teacups somewhere in here, because of course. And I think we could either do like an indoor dark ride or an indoor coaster or something. What I'm trying to think through here is like a back of house that sort of shares all these areas. So like back of house here, off of the St. Louis space potentially, the trappers on this side, and then the Native American area. Although I see this one as more rural and all that. So we'll see what becomes of that. So where we are as far as just progressing from one spot, and this is actually probably a good thing that we're doing this as a stream thing, because I feel like I've got to finish things before I move along. This area is slowly closing together. We've got one more building in this little plaza here, and that should wrap it up. We've got the exit gift shop building here, which I'm honestly thinking about tying into the overall plaza here, which would probably rework in some form or another. So we might move all this stuff out just to kind of get that going. We were looking online the last time and found a pretty nice little overview of colonial Salem that had a bunch of little buildings. What I don't want to do is basically copy and paste a lot of different stuff. Like, I don't want colonial Salem to look like colonial Boston, to look like colonial Philadelphia, all those sorts of things together. So that's where I'm trying to avoid at least a little bit. So we'll see. 248 years ago, a few days ago. Really? I didn't realize it was that close to Christmas. I'm sure the harbor tasted great for a little while. Okay. So maybe where do we want to start? Where do we want to start? Let's do a little bit of landscaping to begin. We'll come down here and have our coast. Remember, the whole idea of coming in with the train station here was that the Philadelphia area is sort of raised up, so you can kind of look across to the rest of the park. So you have this nice big open space. And granted, this this was a little smaller than we maybe were thinking initially, or opposite that. It was about the size we were thinking initially, and then I think the park has grown a bit since then. So ideally, there'd be a little bit more space here, but that's okay. We can make that work. But yeah. Yeah, exit gift shop might not be a bad idea, just to figuring out where that one goes. I think the first thing is that all this pavement can go, all this brick pavement, because we made a choice this last time to simplify out our paving, as is good to do, and make sure that you don't have too much of one. So looking at what we've got over here, a couple things. We've got our dark brick for entry plaza for the coaster, for the pad underneath of the flat ride, and some extra pathway over here. So we made the decision to go with the dark brick, which means that we're not going to use the light brick, at least unless we do a pretty major transition to it. We've got our kind of, I don't know what we want to call this, if it's tarmac or asphalt. I'm thinking of it as a darker concrete, but it's a little gray for concrete. But it could be just a colored concrete. And then we have this sort of themed cobblestone thing going on underneath. So those are in there. Probably add more of that cobble here. And honestly, it might become almost a just all cobble over on the Boston side, just because it's a little more kept up and that sort of thing, perhaps. But I don't know. Let's see where that lands. And then we also worked on simplifying our fencing, just to make sure that it wasn't quite so everywhere. So we have, in this area anyway, we've got the black wrought iron with the brick at the bottom. We've got the post and mesh. We've got the post and rope up in here. We've got the picket and the wooden fence here. So not too bad. So yeah, it's cobblestone can be a little bit hard on the feet, especially theme park cobblestone, because then you have trip and falls and then legal stuff, and it's just never a good time. Anyway, let's why don't we start by getting everything out of here. Maybe we can clean this up a little bit for our space. Bruins fan, all right. The Bruisers, okay. Flyers fan myself, but that's just going on to being from Philadelphia initially. Well, not Philly, but why? Okay, move that. Did you work at Universal for Halloween, or where were you doing scare stuff? Alright, let's move this. Okay. Do that. Oh, very nice. They have one of the best. Okay, let's chop it here. There's my stuff. Guess we need to get everybody out of here first. I don't really want to have a peep jam issue. Okay, so these guys are all going to get pissed because we're not going. Actually, you know what? It's easier for us to just say bye. Everybody get out. Everybody out. Okay. Alright, good luck everybody. Alright, everybody's out. So, let's get rid of all this. I want to go underground. Oh, no. I want to go underground. Ah, there's shops here that I totally forgot about. Let's move them up here. Yeah, I almost want to have it feeling somewhat abandoned, just because it's, I don't know. There was a story in my head that at the time that I can't quite remember, but something about, time travel and other things. But it is just surprise. Here we go. All right, so let's get rid of all this. Get rid of this. Sorry, handyman. All right. Eventually, we'll have to name all of our peeps and everything, or all the staff members. If anybody wants to be a staff member, let me know. Okay, so let's lay this out properly this time. And maybe we can turn this into a little bit of a plaza, a little bit of a back of house area. Ah, security guard. Okay. This is somewhat modern Salem, which is a past cursed town. Ah, there we go, there we go. That makes sense. I don't remember it, but I'll gladly take credit for it. Okay. Okay. Entertainer. All right. What kind of entertainer though is it? Because there's what 10 options for entertainers. Can't remember what the other ones are off or what the code is for the other ones, but okay. All right. So, what do you got? Belgian guy. Got all right. Another entertainer. Elephant. There we go. There we go, everybody, for a little bit. And we'll organize them a little better later. All right, so what programs do I use to stream? Honestly, just Open Broadcaster. I've got stream elements tied into it as well, but I use Open Broadcaster to record and to stream. I know there's some other ones for stream or like shit, I'm blanking. There are other ones for doing recordings for time lapse. I'm good at fixing stuff. That laugh makes me wonder if I should be suspicious or not. Actually, you don't want that one. You don't want to be stuck underground fixing my fixing the music all day. Surprise me. You're gonna be mechanic too. I feel like all that military experience you'd be good with a as a mechanic. There we go. That works good. So you can be maybe once we get around to it, we're gonna freeze all the staff and everything for operators and all that in the rides. So have a pretty big list of stuff. Oh, Rob, I could actually add you as one of the entertainers here in the Salem show that we've got up in our little playhouse here. Okay, so the yeah, we'll swap that then in a little bit. All right. So we have some kind of a plaza here, and coming down to the train area as it comes up. I wonder if we need to just clear this again. Just trying to think about how this area here necessarily gets master planned. So we've got our main height up here, which is what, 3 off of base. Crossing here because that's our train track crossing. So while you can do a crossing at 2 high, so like you are able to come in here at come on at this high and make it work. I don't like that, especially with the trains that we're using, these custom ones from Space K. The CP Huntington trains end up being a little bit too tall, so we'll see it clip through here a little bit. it would be neat to have better entertainment on as far as the game goes, because that's a big part of theme parks that I feel like is missing in the game. So because of that, and just the fact that I think it looks better when it's taller, we're gonna go with a 3 high crossing. And I wanted to do this so we don't have to have a level crossing here. We've got the one here, but I'm kind of okay with that. I'm thinking maybe we only have like one more level crossing and all the rest of them end up being bridge or tunnel. Um, so that could be fine. Okay. We've got a little bit of height here. And I show the river kind of coming back through this way, and I kind of think that potentially the river ought to come a little earlier here and then come around, and then this whole area sort of drops down in either direction. And then probably the train wraps around the Roanoke space. It's true, they do make for interesting interaction as far as pathway and everything else goes from a park operation standpoint. The safety thing. Now, granted, that's a U.S. thing, so you try and avoid it as best you can, but it is still kind of a nice option. All that liability. Done enough projects with our legal team at the park that I have to think that way these days. So I'm not entirely certain where I'm headed with this just yet. Because we do want some little chasm here that the train's going to go through. It could be a little bigger, but yeah, when you have guests on vacation, they tend to check their brain at the door, and that's okay. But um, so I'm two thoughts on the terrain. Typically, yes, I don't mind leaving it exposed like this, depending on kind of where we're going with it. The new fish rocks from head to head are really nice and probably the best looking rocks so far in the game. So I may end up trying to do a little bit with that just to see what those look like. But if I do anything, it's going to be with those. I typically don't leave a huge face exposed, although the last solo project that I did, the whole thing was exposed. I don't like using the 1K rocks, and I'm not a huge fan of using the Krypton or the Lord of the Rings rocks as well as far as scenery goes. But we can kind of see how that goes. Actually, you know what would be interesting is if this bridge got bigger. Like, let's say we took this water and ran it through next to the train. We have the train here, the water next to it, and then we'll raise up our land over here. So we have a nice long bridge span. And actually, that view would be pretty spectacular from the bridge, looking across to everything. I think that could be really cool. Oh, thank you. Oh, I just always liked using it a little better or using the standard one, and only because I'm not very good at the custom stuff. Like that's literally the only reason is because I've never learned how to use the Krypton rocks well, um, and part of the reason why I want to learn how to use the fish rocks a little better, but I'll learn how to do it properly. Okay. What we need to ask ourselves is this the inflow to the lake or is this the outflow to the lake? Because we are talking about having a river down here. And the way that I see it is This is probably the inflow over here, and the outflow is through the west. So I think that's probably the best way to do it. And the only reason I say that is because it lets us figure out where we want to do, if we want to do waterfalls or anything like that, we can kind of set it up that way. We could also do from a standpoint of having track rides, we can do a boat ride through here. So we could go, we could do like a travel towboat type ride from maybe Boston over to the Roanoke or whatever that may be. Problem is crossing this bridge because I don't think it's going to be very high. I want to do this nice little covered bridge right there. Tell me about your Parkitect project, Lyser. What are you doing with it? Do you have any thoughts so far, or you just at its infancy? Okay, let's keep on going as far as this goes. Yes, I could also do some elevation work here. Just there's no reason that every landscape has to be this far off of the river, and I don't really want it to be. But that's also a good basis, so I want to keep it kind of there or so. I don't like changing the elevation of railroad tracks, mostly because I just think it looks silly in the game how steep they are. Real train tracks are at a 1% grade, so you're really not looking at a whole lot of elevation change typically in real life. So I try and keep my train tracks and my water as level locations, and that's sort of zero height as I think about it. And everything else is plus and minus from there. So this area is going to be sort of plus on this side, and then we'll have some kind of minus as well on the other side. So probably Boston will be low up against the water because it's up against the water, of course. We're already low at Salem, and then probably the rest of this ends up rising up just a bit on this side. Well, there you go. That'll be fun. So little bits of curves and just more kind of fun type stuff. That could be a good little project. You think about what kind of rides and stuff you're gonna want in your park. All right. Get rid of these supports by moving them underneath. That way we can be right up against the water here. A little wide, but that's actually not too bad because then I can make this bridge nice and substantial. Hey Mav, welcome in. How are you this evening or afternoon? I guess still. What time is it? 2:30. 1:30 for you, so even less. All right. Go. Okay, so we'll have a little bit of a fall down on this side, make it a little scraggly. We want our bridge to come pretty much right across here. And it doesn't need to be big. I think this park is not huge, and there really is no need to have gigantic stuff. 3:50 a.m. That sounds awful. Why do you have to get up at 3:50? That sounds like the absolute worst thing. Oof. Boy, well, good luck to you. That sounds very unpleasant. Hey, you finished, but then you're going to be exhausted. Oh, man. Well, hopefully it goes well enough for you. That other footpath connect. Sweet. That's fair. I did catch the GCI there. It looks good. Certainly see the inspiration you got from my layout there. Um, definitely a definitely smooth. How's your pacing throughout? Because I saw you added a couple helixes in there. Does it still end quickly, or end with a speed that's decent? Because that'd be my only thought. Like the two helixes before they cross over in front of the station could maybe get adjusted out if you need some speed. Okay, that's on the lower end, but probably passable. Just make sure you're happy with it. Is all. Okay, so the train ends up probably will end up moving a little bit closer, maybe. Um, what size? Ah, we said we were going to do a 5-car train. Which that seems appropriate. Yeah, worst case you can play with the mass. That's not a huge issue. And I'm looking to see if there's any good train station options here. So we googled Colonial Philadelphia train station. Um, this is quite nice. Doesn't look. That doesn't look old enough though. 1923. No. 1882. We said we were gonna cap it out at around 1820 or so. So that's 1875 Mount Airy. Okay, not too bad. Ah, hydration. Thank you. Hmm. Nice. I like the brickwork on there. 1880s. One dates back to 1834. It's true. Trains didn't exist in the 1820s, or well, not to any extent that we would be doing this. So this is part of the time travel here, I guess, as far as the parks go. But I do kind of like the architecture of this, even though you already has seen better days. Um, this feels very much kind of what's in my head as far as historic North American train station. Okay, so I think this one's an option. We definitely want the cover across like all the different areas, perhaps. So this sort of thing going on. I kind of like this guy, Irwin Station. And they're all close enough to Philly that I feel like they can work. I described as having an aggressive silhouette. Very Queen Anne style is nice. This is a fancy one. Okay, well, at the very least, we got some thoughts. Whoop, 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 come on. There we go. I think we can back up here. Because what I don't want to do is get too close into this this landscape here, which we can always move if we need to, but rather... Ooh, mince pie. Hey. I ate too much for lunch, so now I'm just sort of being a blob. I kind of hate cutting into our overall lake space here, but I think for the best. Okay, lower this. Lower this. Oh, nope. Lower that. I'm curious if I go to create a new coaster, is it going to do that glitch? Ah, it didn't. That's nice. It has been doing where if you open a new coaster, it'll like zoom over here, and there will be like 3 or 4 pieces of a half-built coaster that just was never there before. It's a very weird, half spooky thing. It's all interesting. It was a nice park trip. I hadn't been to Busch Gardens all this year, which is a little bit a little bit rare. Usually I go at least once. Yeah, Big Flames, welcome. 6 what? But it was good to go. It was good to see everything, see how it was all doing. Okay, maybe brick seems like an appropriate station. Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna use no entrance, no. Whoa, that's different. Look at that. I guess it still keeps the what's set up there before. Really interesting. If we use the no, huh. Wonder if there's any other ones that are like that. I'm trying to think if this could be useful for things. If you build like a station platform backwards on another section, I like that. Well, have to. Hmm. Did they? I guess the idea is if you do know, it should just show your standard railroad track, but it would be cool to have just. It's interesting seeing those options. The problem is exploiting those issues if there is a plan to fix it, because then you're just sort of out of luck. If they fix it, then your patched or whatever you did ends up looking a little strange. Okay, so what I did is just made this visible, and then I rebuilt using the same track going in the other direction, because then it's not going to merge. I got rid of this. But anyway, yeah, my Busch Gardens trip was quick yesterday. We really didn't do a whole lot, which was sort of the intention. Actually, we went down to Tampa for lunch more than anything. And while we were in the area, I had some pins that I wanted to get at the park, so I said, well, just make a day out of it. Okay. Yeah, so just pop in for a little bit. So we walked around, rode Kumba once, and bought some stuff and took off. Okay, what kind of bricks are we using? We've got the red over here. We've got the gray of this kind with the cobble, or the stacked stone. Kind of liking that as our option, maybe. First things first, actually, let's see if we need to get closer, because we may need to do that. Okay. Oh, don't do this to me. Get rid of a little bit of this. Make it visible again. We'll move those later. But I want to be able to spawn trains. Do one for now. Okay. So there is no need for the wood or the wall because we need to extend this. Oh, good. Compounds is a nice little park. Yeah, Worlds of Fun is cool, although they've been definitely having some trouble over the years getting as far as new stuff goes. I do hope they can get some things here eventually. Oh, and welcome in, Mr. Unit 64. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, Lake Compounds has always been a nice park. Okay, so if we go with this darker stuff here. Hello, hello. Okay. Question is, how does it look on this side? Is it super glitchy? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. I was trying to balance that kind of immediate need of space, so this may be where we go. Right in the middle. It'll glitch a little bit probably, but I'm okay with that. And out of curiosity, we could always have these sit underneath the tracks, in which case I think it won't be as big of an issue. But we do want to take the here, let's do this. At least a little bit here on the start. We're not going to continue it through, but we are going to continue a little bit here. And as this is set in the US, we have a nice big safety line. Other one. Interesting glitch. This is just with this landscape tile being, or the pathway tile being one high. Okay. Ah, shoot. They're low on this one. Think about our options. So Blackpool once, Alton Tower twice. Not too bad. Yeah, so that should be a pretty nice opportunity for you to get out there. All right, give me just a minute while I figure out how I want to do some of these. Kind of thinking that our station cover takes the form of one of these guys. We'll give it that same dark green as the coaster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's been the very glitchy thing also with the game currently, is these pillars have been quite troublesome. What we can do is just build this as a vertical piece right here. Yeah, I think I'm done. I can't think of any other parks that I might potentially do this year. That's pretty much it. For a while there, I was able to squeeze like some kind of family coaster or something wherever I ended up for Christmas, but I think this year there's not going to be that opportunity. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't understand how to use the ground elements that are hashed up above ground. Well, couple things. The peeps aren't really going to use it. We're more going visual at this point, because we know that there's a little bit of a step up onto a train, but every train station that I know of out there has that kind of raised bit as far as climbing up into the carriage. So we're going to put this on kind of one up basically, and it just means that the peeps are going to not quite use it the same way as we would typically see. That's not even close. Crap. But it's there more so visual than anything else. All right, let's fix this properly. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be in the ground. We went up 5. And really, these aren't going to be super visible. It's just a matter of it'll stick out the side there and look good. Yes, but you can't change. You can't connect them across. Like, as far as I know, is you can't go from a regular tile to a half tile. Or do they? Do they jump up all of a sudden? Because I have seen that they do use them at a um, at that height. Hmm. Hmm. I don't like the fact that this one lines up right at the end. Oh, all right. Well, then we'll give that a try. Now it's just a matter of trying to decide if I want to. I'll give that a try. So, oh, you made a black hole. So do this for your black hole. Copy. Go next to it. Like, let's say, for example, this is your black. Oh, interesting. All right. Let's say this is your black hole here. Pick the one next to it. Take the surface. Copy it. Then use these guys to highlight it and paste that surface right back onto this one. It will typically get rid of your black hole. the easy option for that. That's why. One's too long. I was trying to figure out why it wasn't lining up. So we have the thin, here we go. The thin ones, I can put it actually centered. Have all 5 here. Let's turn off clearance checks. All right. I'm overthinking this, and I know this is a problem, but if we put our path here, we're just going to have guests walking through these columns the whole time. If I put it back 1, then it will at least sit on the columns on the side. So let's do that. So that way, I've got all of this. Put it in the center. I understand we can probably use the tile copy paste thing for this, but it's been giving me a lot of problems lately, and I don't really use a whole lot of it anyway. Yeah, let me know if it works. See if that's it's a function that is doing what it should. Okay. Paste this out, just make sure that we're the line. 1, 2. Okay. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, I guess. I don't think we want the height to be any taller than. That question is, do we have the pieces to make this work? Because before we were doing this centered. We might need to go steeper in this case. Is okay, and then we can use. I guess not. Can't use that. Use this one though. Well, no worries. We'll sort that out. Maybe it's a green roof too. That may look nice. That may look nice. This guy around. One of these will end up going away most likely for the actual building itself, but that's fine. We can build that as we get to it. Turn off clearances again. But building and rebuilding is part of this, so it doesn't bother me. I've never been a huge fan of the copy paste function with the new plugin, anyways. And not because it's not useful, but just because it never really did a whole lot for me. There's a value in rebuilding it sometimes because you kind of you've taught yourself something before, so a lot of times you can fix it, make it look a little nicer. Let's see how much difference this is from the standard one. And not bad. Okay. So I think we want to make the columns in this, and then we can do the green roof, but we may flip that around a little later. It is cool to hang on to all the things that you've done before. That's why every time we do one of these streams, I create a brand new file. So we've got all of the free stuff, and we can kind of look back at it later and say, oh, look at where we came from. Here's all the things that we did poorly, here's all the things that we did right, and see what we learned from. This one. It's less of an issue now that when you accidentally double up on tiles, but I still like to keep it at least somewhat clean. Okay. Then we can. Hey, Scoop, how are you? It's good. It's small. We haven't done a whole heck of a lot across everything, but we have a nice little CCI wooden coaster here. We have some architecture that we did on this side, and the whole park is more or less planned, but we're sort of slowly working on expanding it out from the Salem area out into the Philadelphia area here, and so on and so forth. Oh, oops. I forgot that it has, we hadn't finished that. Let's connect this up for just a minute so we can have that to play with. Okay. And then there is this little wrought iron detailing, which I do kind of like and would like to keep. We may switch that to black a little bit later. Ah, that's no good that you can't run that your the new version. This is the way to go if you can. Somewhere in here, I've got a. Yeah, I guess there's something sort of universal about the long platform with the covering on the end and everything else. Now we ought to put a water tower here on the end as well. Yeah, the limited expansions are really just what sets everything apart. And now there's just so many options as to what you can do. We'll consider this sort of our maintenance stairs here. Honestly, so far, I mean, certainly once we get to it, the ability to select so many additional objects is going to be huge. But at the very least, right now, kind of what's doing it for me is the um, ability to select more objects, just to be able to go in and sort of just casually check a bunch of stuff, and it's not an issue having to pick and choose anymore. And that was always one of the biggest pains in the rear, I thought, was trying to get those sorts of selections made. So I'm very, very happy that now we're in a better spot for that. Okay. So I think we need to bring this landscape down a little further, a little faster. I wanted to put a Ferris wheel right here. But maybe it goes on this point if we're going to bring this up. So maybe as a placeholder. Maybe we have that overlooking Boston area, perhaps. This sort of be like a little in-betweener type area. But we do want to sort out what this connection here is going to look like as to how we're going to transition from up here down to here. It really is, especially when you were part of it at one point and then kind of stepped away for a little bit and seeing where it's come. I don't know how many times I've had to be away from the community for a couple of years or whatever that may be, and you come back to it and you go, holy cow, there's just so much more to be had. And you look at the custom scenery, you look at all the just different elements, and there's just so much opportunity here that we didn't used to have. So get a little spoiled for choice. Yeah, I mean that's and the thing is we're still using all the Toon and Fisherman stuff. I mean Toon's B&M supports left a heck of a legacy. Probably gonna be nobody's done it better yet. It really kind of what it comes down to is nobody's managed to do something that has stayed stronger. I mean, you've got a solid set of supports now. You've got a solid set of all the deco pieces that Fisherman put together. And a lot of those were sort of the groundbreaking things in the game that really took the game and established the overall look of everything, really. Okay. Figure out how that's going to go at some point. I don't really want to go over from a landscape standpoint. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to come over here to like a little mound that's raised up and then just immediately slope it down. I'd like to at least have a little bit. Oh yeah, pre-selecting the pieces. So that was always a huge thing, and I guess you must have stepped away before Park Dat came out, and it would let you swap pieces, but you had to go look up what the DAT file name was, which was kind of a pain. So there was a DAT file lookup tool at some point, and then you would swap them, but you had to swap one at a time, and then save over top of your existing profile or save, and then do it again, and it was just not the most user-friendly option at all. And I am so glad to not have to deal with that ever again. Because it was very frustrating. I killed more projects before they even started by not being able to move along because I was afraid that the objects I selected weren't going to be enough, or weren't going to be the right ones, or I was going to get through and I would miss something, or you get partway through actually building and you did miss something, and then you say, well, shit, now what? And you got to go back and change it. And I always liked building rides and stuff, but really it was in your best interest to build as much as you could in the scenario editor before going forward, because you knew you couldn't swap object pieces after that point. And there was just such a worry and frustration at that point for those things that if you didn't get there, you were just out of luck. Oh, excuse me. Tired today. I didn't expect to start the train station today, but at least we have some direction there, and then we'll probably come through. Clearance checks are on, good. And build ourselves a station that's going to do like that. That probably. And we'll have sort of gardens here, I guess, as it comes down into the Salem area, so transition across. Because I could see our access here. Let's make this brush. Sort of being our access to this space, and then having some kind of plaza in the middle. Yes, they're complaining about your path. One. Crash here and there. Honestly, not bad though. Hmm. Oh, I see. Right here where everybody's getting stuck. I did give a handyman credentials for that space. That's interesting. Not credentials, but you know. Feels like there ought to be some kind of a gate into the Salem area, and we'll call that like right here. So it might be one of those things where we've got gate with, I don't know if we want to do like the wrought iron kind of open doors or something to our little space here. But that could be our entrance, and then the other side here gets a nice little tree to divide out our space. And then that shifts it over to this area here. I feel like I want to slide this back. I just don't know if I want to slide it right up against this exit pathway. It seems a little bit too close. Yet, it may be our best option. So we could say this goes away, this goes up, this goes away, this goes away, up, goes up, up, goes away. Because I want to push this more towards its own type space here at the side. And we don't need a whole lot of building space back here. We don't need a lot of depth to these buildings either. They don't have to be very big at all. They are, yeah. We're doing massing essentially, so we're just blocking out what would be our future building space. Then what we would have for this is the open space behind the building. Shoot, over here. So this whole thing is the building, and then it can get narrow up here where they get narrow, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be expansive. We can do that back here, so we have actual merchandisable space. So then you theme everything up here, and then we go to the back. I think what I love to see in theme park design. Interactivity, but not forced so. I want things to be interactive if you want to participate and be interactive, but I don't want to force anybody to be interactive because not everybody likes to be a part of things. Some people just like to sit back and watch. So I think that's kind of a cool thing when queues have stuff that you can participate in, or shows and things like that if you want to. Rides that are very well integrated into their space. So something that really kind of sits in an area, but it has all sorts of great guest viewing spots. It has all sorts of great spaces for just everything to exist. Yeah, the vehicle design thing. Although what I didn't like about that is essentially forced. Is you have to go through those spaces, as you can't bypass it necessarily. So I like it up until the point when it becomes more of a mandatory thing. So that's kind of where the difference sits for me. Yeah, so things like that. Harry Potter wands are a good example. That's an upcharge. So not surprising though, to be honest. It should be an upcharge probably. Oh, I'm one off on this one. Over here. Yeah, so it is cool to see all that and see how well it's done. Or just, I mean, something as simple as like Laugh Track at Hershey has all the little trick mirrors, so you can go look at yourself, either squat or like tall and skinny, you're short and fat, or whatever else. And it's just something simple, but it's a nice, fun way to pass the time. Interesting cues are nice, although your ride has to hold up too. So looking at you, Fast and Furious. But it is nice to have that opportunity or option anyway. Okay. This is starting to feel a little better here. This area on the whole still slightly frustrates me in the fact that we've got like this section and this section, so it was one of those things where it was just planned a little bit poorly. Although, really, in the end, it just makes it feel like this was a park that expanded over time. But yeah, Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley are great. I mean, for me who doesn't know Harry Potter, like not at all, it's cool because I don't have to have that to still enjoy the experience. Okay. Do we want to start these facades? See what this comes down to. Let me see what colonial Salem is. They better make it bigger as a plaza than the Japanese one, because it's going to be a problem if it's not. Because Americans do not occupy small spaces as well as Japanese do. So I hope that they get there. The Japanese one is adorable and looks great, and you did a very good job on it, but it is tight. All right, so no, I understand, but I've also seen some of the video footage of people walking through it. And it is quite tight. I'd be curious to know if they used um, land or land control over there terribly often. That's awesome to hear. I mean, I know that was a big thing for people who are big fans of the books and everything. Um, just because there was so much really cool stuff. Right, I'm looking at downtown Salem here. This I see, this sort of brick stuff I'm seeing is more Boston. So, I mean, it's all Northeast New England type stuff. I don't want to copy too heavily. I'm trying to find the one picture I had the other week. This is kind of nice. Here. So this image again, which is good. This is the image. Of who the Jones around the world are, but this picture is cool. Derby Street in Salem, Massachusetts. So, to Google, and we're going to go Salem, Mass. The Williamsburg one is going to be useful once we get to the Roanoke area. Right, Derby Street. Go. Of course, the Witch's Brew Cafe. Of course, the tavern. So we're gonna have to go all in on the cheesy disaster tourism. That's all right. Nice looking building. Funny looking at these, it ends up looking nothing like kind of what it was in the photo. Yeah, forced perspective is neat when it's done really well. Remember when they first opened New Fantasyland at Magic Kingdom? We had a preview one of the days, and there's Beast Castle up on top of the building that houses their restaurant, and somebody had left a ladder out there and up against Beast Castle, and it was really funny because the whole castle was like 8 feet tall, and it looks, massive just off in the distance, and it really kind of sent that home. Um, okay, so this building here with the hip roof is sort of where I'm thinking. Probably something with brick. We've got, take a look at this, which is Brew Cafe. So pull this thing apart. We've got this corner entry here with the column and the little cutout, which we can do that. Vertical columns here, kind of a vertical grid set up with windows punctuating here, doorway in the middle. Love these sconce lights, or those aren't sconce lights, but whatever. A little bit of detail here, some molding, and then this on top. We probably copy this over a little bit so it sits perhaps a little bit higher. Let's see how we can translate this and some of these others. So like this guy, maybe not as long. Interesting that there's two very differently painted bottom portions. But then these two will tattoo place, and kind of a cute little back alley there with the door. That's it, gooseneck lights. Name was escaping me. Okay. Cool. I think we can make something of this. All right, let's start to detail this out a little bit. So the corner entry to the one shop would be here. We might see it as this, and then this guy is your entry point. It's a little different than we're usually doing, but this is a good way to think about architecture in this game. So this may be our entry, or we can actually just lop off the side here. This doesn't need to be as substantial as it is. But this lets us get some side outdoor seating. So, corner. Seating. And this would become our roof portion here. Adjust that down because it needs to come down. Okay. Chair squeak. then this one on this side. Always go one past because we'll need to make that look like a facade. And then we probably want the plaza to bump out just to give us a little bit more space here. And bring up another piece. Again, might just need to thin out this landscaping a little bit back here. There's those pieces there. You got it. Left over from lunch. Not healthy though, it's just soda, so keeping us awake, keeping us going. And then maybe instead of having this drop on this side with the keeps coming through, maybe we just have maybe it just goes in the back side here, and we just theme up the back of this building. Could do that. See what else we've got. Nice little residential buildings. This. The ivy looked really good in that other shop before it had gone away. That may be something we do. Is carry the ivy through the space a little bit. Okay. I think over here we'll be able to do something later. It doesn't not necessarily have to go in this full plan right now, but it at least lets us get into an idea, and then we can kind of theme parkify it a little bit later. So, oh, sorry, I realized that that's the reverse of forgetting to come back. We were looking at this building here, which looks absolutely beautiful this way. Well, not beautiful, it looks abandoned, but covered in ivy from this side. Once you get into it like this, it's a little less nice. But back here, we're all for it. You like that look. Okay. Now let's go back. And see about some. We liked the wood look we had going on in here. Grab that. Then that can be cobble in that space. Give it a little bit of wood here. Another diagonal door. So I don't think we need to do real windows if we don't want to. I do think we need to go pick something that's going to have some detailing. And over here we can have another door. That's what the exit door looks like. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, it's a little bit of a play on this side. I think we're gonna have to figure out what the best option is for sloping up to this. I think what it's gonna end up being is some dead space here, while we slope up to this area, maybe a little bit of garden space. But I think that's probably okay. We can make that happen. Yeah, it's actually coming together reasonably well. Reasonably, there's still time. See what our green options are here. Slightly different. Too saturated, too dark. We're going to use that elsewhere. The puke color green is maybe just a little bit too much. I think it's going to be this one. Yeah, pretty much that's all it comes out to be, is just find references, build them. As it's a very non-scientific approach to a lot of these. Let's just find what works and recreate it. What we want to keep checking back for on this is making sure that what we're doing here doesn't totally ruin the scale and charm of this area, because it's an awfully small area. There's not a lot going on. I don't know what these people are walking for. I'd be curious to know as to how their decision making is going, but we've got, general scale is about the same. We can't use glass is kind of what it comes down to, and I don't think we will. We'll come up with some better options here. What it might be is we use something like this, and then get ourselves a red. Yeah, we'll see if they can sort themselves out. If not, then that's all right. We'll deal with them. Death Spiral sounds intense. I was really hoping this green was going to be a little more muted initially. I choose this other one. Is it going to be experiment time? Just like that, actually. I don't dislike that at all. Especially with the trim being a better color. Of course, we gotta get rid of this all. Oop. So that was my issue when I first started doing kind of more detailed architecture, is not knowing quite when to stop. Is there was always a point in, and I can remember plenty well looking at a lot of different architecture in this game, and just thinking how well it was done. But then whenever I would build, I would always do the thing and get it done and go, all right, I'm good. I think this looks great. I can't imagine anything that would happen that would make this look better. I am happy and satisfied. And then I would leave it at that. And then somebody would offer a comment about, why don't you add this? And it's just like, no way, it already looks fine. I'm happy with it. I think we're going to be good. I say, no, just give it a try. And you put it on there and you go, oh, actually, all right, that does look better than I expected. And you just kind of have to keep learning to layer it in, even when you think you're done. Layer a little bit more on. The problem that you can run into, and what is a very easy trap to fall into, is the over detailing, as in like every wall surface needs a window, every roof piece needs a trim edge. That's not ever the case. And don't ruin a beautiful building by trying to put all that in. Layer cake, as I like to call it, is awful. Do not do that. And in some cases, and in a lot of cases, it's going to be the less is more approach. As in, don't ruin yourself with adding details and everything in there that you don't need to add if you don't need to add it. So a layer cake approach is, I've seen a lot of people do this, where you've got, let's see, this is a whole size building. So in order to make it detailed, they'll do something like this, and then they say, okay, well that's the first floor. Now let's add the top of the first floor. Now let's put a second floor on this. Okay, great. Now let's add a second. Now let's top our second floor. This is a two. Let's call it a three-story building. So then we'll have a three-story building here. Okay, so now we're done. Let's put a roof on it. This is the layer. This is what I call the layer cake approach, where it's just wall, floor, wall, floor, wall, roof, and it makes sense in that you can tell that you're thinking through how tall a floor is and kind of calling it out. But for one, it ruins any chance you get at forced perspective. For two, it calls out in kind of an amateur way what the kind of different levels of your space is, and it just doesn't use the space really well. What you're better off with is getting rid of these midpoints and throwing in other details, like at the top of your first floor, putting some molding in, and then this separates your first floor, which is more important and wants to be taller, so you probably want to make this taller anyway. And then you have, say, the big windows down here. And then once you get higher up, you have the smaller windows. You get rid of that layer cake approach, and you can end up having a much better looking structure in the end. And then you come back at the top here. And you put in your upper molding or whatever that may be. And now you have a building that looks a little more, well thought out, well put together, distinctly set up as a base floor that is accessible, tangible to somebody's touch. And then you have the upper areas that are going to be viewed from a distance. You want your heavy detail on the bottom, and you want your bigger stuff, your sized for the guest interaction, a little bit taller, a little bit more grand perhaps. And then you want your visible stuff up above to, maybe be a little bit simpler, maybe more of a pattern, things like that. Like I said too, you don't need to go through everything. Like in this case, what you don't want to do is go through over here now and say, okay, windows, 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 windows. I mean, see how that's too many windows? Is it just becomes so heavy as far as just detail goes? Now, in some cases, this can work. In some cases, like let's say a Chicago-style skyscraper, you would from the early 1900s, you might see this where it's just repeating window after window after window. That's okay, but let's add some detail in there, like some of these vertical columns and things like that. What I really hate to see is a building that has all sorts of different angles, like ins and outs and everything, but yet still has windows on everything else. In this case, I would probably take out this one. I'd probably take out all these on the bottom floor and do something like this and leave it at that. So for example, you can see down here as we did a fair bit of stuff here, but on the bottom floor over here, we don't have any windows. On the side here, we actually don't have any. These are just full windows in the back from the visual side of you're standing over here on this side. What do you see when you look over? You see a train. You don't see the back of house because you've got a nice fence there, but you do see this big building. So what is it? It's these windows here. So that's the 5-minute architecture lesson as far as that goes. Get rid of this. Happy to help. I mean, there's by no means am I an expert, although I do have an architecture degree, so that helps. But the by no means am I an expert, but it's just from a design standpoint. I think those sorts of details can really help out with the overall look of the space. Yeah, I have a degree. I don't have a license. All right, let's keep on going here. Look, I just do theme park design, not any buildings. Let's go up to the corner here. Okay, now I do want to go back through here, get rid of this guy. Get rid of this guy. Because I think proportionally this is okay. Like, we're talking a 4x3 plus the space in the back, but we're not going to see that space in the back because we're going to hide that. Maybe we'll put some detailing on top here, even though the real thing didn't quite have the same level of detailing. We can add our own. What I might do, will do, we bring in that fence, you bury it one, then you've hidden the brick portion, and then we just have the lattice, and that's going to tie in parts of the area together. So even though it's not really a fence, we're still going to treat it as counting towards our fence limit of all the different kind of fences in the area. So we want to keep it somewhat unique and keep that sorted out. All right. I bet you there is a diagonal door object. The question is, I like it. Let's try door. Okay. There is a diagonal square door. ABL door diagonal. Border with brick. I don't think any of these are actually going to fit quite right. Let's see. Not really my thing. Back up. Let's see from a normal standpoint. Okay, that doesn't really look that off. This stack stone versus this brick, so I think we can get away with it. Okay. We've shortened it up a little bit, so that's our entrance. It's obvious that this is our entrance. So to further make it obvious, we're going to grab a sign here, color it something that matches, drop it here, so that's kind of our welcome sign, and then since this is clearly some kind of a restaurant, we're going to grab this other one on this side, and give it the base color something generic, and then bright red. Set it up like this so it sort of looks like a menu board. All that. Part of all of this is not forgetting what all this looks like without a big red grid next to the whole thing. So we can come in here and actually get rid of a lot of this. Chinese restaurant vibe. That's interesting. I think the windows have a vaguely Asian feel to them. Yeah, the windows are something we could revise, depending on how we're feeling about it. A big entry area. Before we put down any of the cobble, we're going to go ahead and just lay down all of this. I don't recall this fencing giving me this issue last time. I don't know if this is a glitch or not. Because it's a LED light window essentially. I don't know if it's this sort of darker gray that is option. Like if we go a little bit lighter, may help somewhat. Also, I think the color is maybe not quite helping either. Well, we may play with the color a little bit later here if we're not satisfied with it, which I'm not totally there just yet. I'm worried it's diverging a little far from what's going on over here. But we're not done yet, so let's finish and see where it lands and then decide. We'll go with the brown since we've only used the brown for a couple of things. Same slope. The same slope as this one. Well, see, could be okay. Maybe that's taller than we want. I have a thought here. Is there one shorter? There we go. That gives us our dormer windows, which is kind of nice. Let's. Right, we gotta figure out what to do at the front because that's a little strange looking at the moment. Hey, doggo. Our doggo is currently upstairs asleep, so no visits today. I'm sure she'll be down out and about soon. Okay. Coming soon. We keep saying we'll get the doggo cam, but we will actually get a doggo cam at some point here. The intention is once I come back from Christmas, I'll have something similar that we can use, or something set up that we can have for doggo cam whenever she decides to come join us, because it is not often a certainty. Okay. The people are still walking through this building. What do we have in here still? No, we didn't get rid of the rest of this path. Because I would like to finish up this path so we can at least get them through. Okay. She is a very nervous doggo. Mav can attest to this. She is a very nervous doggo, but she's a good friend. Okay. Now, let's see what we've got as far as this one goes. So form work we're good with, I think, on some of these, but detail work still to come. Red. We did use the red brick, and we used the red over here, so that's good. We can carry that through. I'm trying to avoid as much as I can using brick because I know that we're going to be using that elsewhere. Mm-hmm. So it kind of almost seems like some of the history of this park, like our fake history, kind of becomes as in like these are sort of old town type recreations of these places, and then we have kind of further back the mysteries and legends of the space. Like I don't think this architecture of Salem here is typically or has that 1800 type feel. It feels more like 1850s to 1900s, but then we're kind of telling the tale of the coaster here as you come along. But we have kept this where we are looking at our sight lines. So let's picture your guest here walking down through. You walk into this space and you have this opened up a little bit. You kind of get the vibe of what's going on. And then as we continue along through, right when you pass this point is where we want this to open up. So we wanted to open up where you can look to this side and see our plaza, see the sign here and everything, and then look right up through to the coaster lift hill. So only thing we may want to move is this guy, and might move him down. But you can also look kind of straight ahead and up, and then you have this lift hill and drop that's nestling the area as a whole. So that's the idea. That's what we want to try and set up. So thinking about your sight lines, making sure we don't block anything in particular. So the reason that this guy is here is more so to block the back of house for this. And so it's a thought as far as just screening that, but honestly what we might do is we'll come back behind and screen it with some lower stuff back here. You can bury some bushes. So that's a good option. So like for example, what do we have over here? Like this guy, you can take and sink, and there's a bush. You take, one of these guys, or you have bushes, things like that. So thinking about the queue, there's a couple of ways to look at it. There's the inherent scale issues with RCT, where it's a smaller scale than real life. Like if it was real life, there'd probably be, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4, or no, maybe two sections worth of these cattle pens. They'd probably also be a little bit tighter, so they wouldn't be taking up quite this much space. In a higher themed park that has a little more money to do for theming and things like this, you'd probably see this more meandering around little vignettes of theming and stuff like that. I stuck with the cattle pen because the intention for this park is to be a themed park, but not like so heavily themed that you're going to have all these really substantial queue areas that kind of wind around and take up a ton of space. So the idea for me was we thought through this in a couple of different ways. So first of all, we wanted our plaza to have this nice little look up the hill to this sort of ominous church up on this side. We wanted this graveyard that kind of works its way up the top here, and then the stairs that sort of bring you up to that level. You have another little vignette of theming here as you look up to the coaster. So it's again gap in the trees specifically to this side here. And then we'll bring this, which is on its own, back together over here, and then up the stairs and into the station. We've got a little pass through here that we're not using, but it's kind of meant to look like if the line is shorter, it can go up that way. So not maybe the longest queue line, or the queue line, because queue means line, so queue. It's not the longest, but I think it still probably works, and I don't think I want to go terribly much longer for this. Let's see, these guys are pissed. You're doing pretty alright. Nobody's saying waiting for ages, so that's good. You do actually make a good point as far as fast pass of some kind goes. Does this park have it? I'm gonna say this park does not have it, only because I don't want to deal with it. But it's not a bad thought to have. We could also have this as in the park does have it, but as still retroactively fitting their rides with it. Because when a lot of the parks in real life had introduced the fast pass at one point, you only have one queue. You don't think to build a second queue. And over the years, they've kind of all either retrofitted or are using different options. So like the exit is a standard sort of option for that thing. We do have, if you come up the exit, our little elevator shaft here for handicap accessible. Because if you'll note, there's stairs on the exit, which you can barely see there, and stairs on the entry. So it's not quite the best fit. And that's the other thing with how wide queues are in the game. You can definitely go with the quarter queue, but then it just looks a little funny when you route your peeps through it. So not quite the fit that I think you want to have in a lot of cases. But I think if we were to say we were doing a fast pass of some kind, in this one we would have an exit path for it. But Not to say that we have to. Anyway, let's think about what we're doing here. As far as this goes, I don't think I want this shake roof anywhere. I think in general, this shake roof, otherwise known as the pirate roof, is probably not for this area and may not be for this park, since we've really traded that shake for this look. One of the things we could also do here, if we wanted to try and make this feel a little more, have a little more depth, is put a different roof here in the corner, so it kind of looks like the space goes on further back, and we could kind of set it up like that maybe. Okay. Hey AJ, how are you? What are you up to? Fine Sunday afternoon. All right, let's give ourselves a little bit of an overhang. Nope, thought we selected that. Black. Oh, fantastic. Got anything fun planned or just gonna chill out? I'm looking forward to the chill out phase. We've got another couple days worth of work here and trying to get all that squared away. Nice. Oh, Six Flags will be good. Fiesta's a great park. Okay. So, looking at this, trying to figure out the best way to go about some of these things is how do we do this as a commercial downtown building? Because what we were doing was essentially copying this, which is more residential type architecture. And I don't really want to copy it exactly. I want to keep it a little bit different. I do want to give the upper area a little bit of thickness, but maybe it looks like it extends over top. Kind of extends outwards. See if that piece exists. Wish Extreme was here because he'd be able to tell us. Yes, signage for one. That's a key and often overlooked piece. What I may do is actually just put it up kind of like this. They were actually, now with the super zoom, it's kind of nice because you can actually get in here and see what's on these signs. The little bottles and everything, those are kind of nice. And put some shutters up here. And we might go a little bit darker on these. Oof, not that though. Not it. Very too bright? It's not bright. A sign maker? Oh, very cool. What does that entail? I'm sure that's interesting. I have a lot of respect for what our sign shop at the park can do. There you go. So the real one has a little bit of kind of an inward arced section here. It would honestly be the point to run like a half diagonal down on both directions here, but I'm sure we want to do that. Although there's part of me that wants to see what it would look like. Curiosity. Let's find something that'll we can use to test the waters with. Let's try half diagonal walls. We do have the brick options. And carving, wow. That sounds time intensive for sure and interesting. I know how long some of those things can take, and then also just the doing lettering for vehicles and stuff like that. That can be quite a bit. I want to see how glitchy this is up looking. Well, you can't see it from that side, so it doesn't really matter. But it's not going to work. Get the rest of this out of here. I thought we could maybe use like the half diagonal basically to come in from the street like this and then have a midpoint here where we have our wall and then our door sits on that section. So you kind of have your inset section, but it's not fully distance, and you still have an angle rather than being flat back, but wasn't going to work, so that's okay. Hey, welcome in, Ride Play. Thanks for stopping by. How are you today? Hope you are having a nice afternoon. Do you mean the plugin? The copy the at least I guess what is it? This guy, scenery manager. Because there are some things that work with it and some things that don't, and I believe the builder is aware of it and is working on some updates, but the new save format did break some stuff. Actually, this may not be a bad idea here, depending on how this turns out. All right, let's give this some. So we wanted to cut in a little bit that way. Yeah, I figure it's all going to come back at some point, as long as the support is still there for it. Actually, the Twitch RCT integration, which all my point redemptions on Twitch or 4 is currently broken too. So I was talking to Ali414 about it the other day, and since he made that one, so it's something that is a known quantity that is getting worked on, but it might be a little while, which is fair. I don't expect a lot of that. I don't mind this. I just wish these windows had a little bit more depth behind them because they feel so textureless. Well, I'm curious as to what that's where we're looking for. Okay. I feel like that actually works really well with the two of them. I've got the one that's inside that you just can't see, and then there's this, which is not bad at all. Now I do think we need to go plaza-wise. We need some planters here. Which we could do something on this side, but I probably don't want to get into it just with this door and everything. No, I haven't really played a whole lot with the copy and paste abilities in Tile Inspector. We can certainly do that, but it's not something I've really spent a whole lot of time with. Build that up just a little bit. Because we did say we were going to look at those vines as an option, which we've kind of done here on this guy. So we probably want to carry that over, especially if we're going to talk about this exit to the spooky attraction through this gift shop. Maybe we ought to have some vines on it just to be appropriately spooky. Okay. There we go. That's the piece I want. Okay, and then we'll grab the molding piece here. Yeah, how does that look? Not bad. If we can get the... Actually, that looks kind of nice. That's a nice way to hide the landscape piece or the wall pieces and everything there. So I don't dislike that whatsoever. Okay. Okay, making progress. We are making progress. And then we will come back and texture up and detail up the pathway here, carrying some of this stuff through it. Now, it feels like we ought to have, being that this is Salem, we ought to have some kind of square here, and I think theme park wise, a noose is probably a little bit too on the nose, so we might want to have like a set of stocks or something for photo ops like Disney's got. So I feel like probably don't want anything that's a little bit might be a little bit heavy for a theme park, perhaps. I think some parents may not really approve of that. It is the Northeast. We'll just go ahead and offend everybody. It's fine. I don't think I want all of this to be plaza. I would like to have a little bit of a pathway back here and like a planter here with some trees. The only problem that I think I'm going to run into, grab one of these just for curiosity's sake. Maybe not. Okay. That may actually be okay. Like we may be able to, well, let me think about that. That sort of average height tree. Yeah, this is still the Salem area. It's become somewhat of an endless thing since we're on stream number 5 for it, but we're making our way out of it. I think we did do a little bit on the train station, which is part of the Philadelphia area in the front. So we just need to work our way back so I can. The Philadelphia area is going to be really anchored by the entrance, which is Independence Hall. So that's going to be a bigger thing once we get to it, but we need to work our way back so we have enough space in between. Because what I'd like to do, and all right, here, planning break. Let's take a look at this. What I'd like to do is say, okay, we have our Independence Hall, which is say, hold on, there we go, here, which has some wings on it, pretty big, and then have sort of like to come through here and have city street of some kind. And it may not be quite this same way, but some type of setup here that kind of heads you in a certain direction. It'll be splits up, and then this is a center column here. We have something else on this side, and then I'd like to have like a theater in the half, I guess. So not theater in the round. I don't know if that's a term, but I just made it up if it is. Here, the let me find it real quick. The Silver Dollar City has this beautiful amphitheater that's buried in the landscape. There we go. Yeah, this Silver Dollar City's got this fantastic base here. Let's see what this is. Oh, I don't want to scroll through all your pictures. Sorry, friends. Yeah, and it's so cool. So you come in to it. Let me see if we can view this. So you come in up here at this where this white building is, and then it just kind of opens up, and all you see, you just look down into this big open space, and it's a beautiful theater. Really, really cool looking. Beautiful space, and I would love to do the same sort of thing where the landscape just sort of drops down. So that's one thought, is to have a whoa, here we go. Slow down. Have an amphitheater on one space and have maybe an interior show thing, or a dark ride, perhaps even on one other side as you come in. Because typically your entrance areas don't have a whole lot of rides, but it's not to say you can't. And I do think there needs to be some level of attractions. So theater spaces tend to be a good kind of entry transition level thing. So that's kind of where I want to stick if we can, but we'll see. That's cool that you've had friends perform in that amphitheater. I imagine it must be pretty cool to sort of see that all those seats sort of rising out of the landscape on all the sides. I could imagine that being pretty interesting. So that's the plan, at least. We'll see where it takes us. So it's going to be a little bit of working our way around a lot of things here. Kind of what we're building backwards is the problem. Ideally, I would have loved to have started here with Independence Hall and said, okay, well, let's see how it unfolds beyond us. But the fact that we are already established here means that we can't really do that. So if we start here, we run the risk of either doing too much and encroaching right on top of our train station, or doing too little and having all sorts of space here that we need to fill. Um, Usually, I tend to build a little larger than I think I will, so things kind of grow and shrink. I mean, you can kind of see where we marked this out initially. Has grown somewhat from it, and we already did move the train station a little bit. Oh, not too bad. I guess I should probably change this from boat hire mode back to continuous circuit. There we go. And I guess until we get to it, we can let peeps ride this again, can't we? Bring back that entrance. Thank you. It'll be really convoluted, but that's fine. On her up. Are we connected? That's aha. We are not connected. You connects across. Are you queuing now? No, you're just walking. One of the problems typically with some of these type ride queues, or not ride queues, but just in general, is sometimes we end up with a queue that doesn't quite connect how it should. Because of the wall piece that's here. There we go. So to pull that wall piece out, that'll take care of it. Okay. Big gaping hole in the back of this restaurant, which is fine. One of the things we're going to have to answer here at some point, and this might be we answer it much later as we move things along, is are we going to do interiors of these spaces? Which, as you may know, I'm a huge fan of interiors, but it might be a little much for our going right now. I do think I want to get moved on to something else, only for the fact that we've been on this section for so long that I don't want to lose steam on everything else by focusing too long on this. But yes, your point, the object limit is not an issue any longer, which is exciting. Because I have built interiors on a number of parks, but the problem is that it becomes an easy object fill at some point. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to get too far. You're feeling generous, aren't you, by saying that that's only one stream? considering that last time we spent 4 hours on 2 buildings. All right. What's next? So, we did say we were going to make the pathway back here go through the building, which it still should, I think. So, question ends up being kind of where we go with it. I hate helixes in RCT. I do too. Actually, I rarely use them. And I generally recommend, as far as when coaster building goes, and if you're doing realistic coasters, to not use them or only use them in half elements. Sometimes it can be a nice, like for example, let's see. This guy, I don't know how he got on Roger and George F, but they seem to be having a great time on the train. But what I recommend is, like, let's say you're doing some kind of like a diving corner here. Because a helix can be a nice option here to raise back up again, curve around, and then drop, or do kind of something like that. So that's where your helix can be useful, or even giving it a little bit more speed as it comes down, and then use that to kick back up and go on to the next element. But yeah, helixes can be nice and useful in some of those instances. A fun element there. Yeah, if I'm gonna do a helix, it's typically going to be something more gonna take up a little bit larger space. Yeah, invert helixes are fine when you have the quarter helix. I would love to have that option for some of these, but yeah, a lot of these kind of helixes end up being just like that'll be my helix instead. And of course, ending on the diagonal as well. As I build more, I tend to be less and less, or formulate the rules that I've always said have been a kind of just a guidance more than anything else, to more of a hard and fast. If your coaster's having an issue, take a look at this, which is usually things like no 180-degree corners. So you'll notice all these, like this one's got a diagonal on it. This one back here's got a diagonal on it. The only reason we've got this is because this is how we're starting out. But I try not to do a 180 without kind of changing it up a little bit. So adding a little bit more on, whether it's 270 or it's just add this extra 45 degrees. I try not to do two corners in the same direction without some gap between it. You'll notice here, right, left, right. We've got right here, which is kind of okay because you sort of see this as one big flowy element here. But right, left, right, there's enough gap here before you go right again. Then again, this sort of being one big flowing element here, that you just call it an elongated helix more than anything else. But part of, just as far as that goes, it's just for variety's sake, and also to make it feel a little bit more free flowing as compared to some of the rides that feel a little bit rigid. Just kind of when you look at it, it feels very much on the grid, very much a kind of hard to dissect in a lot of instances. Sounds like you're close, but you may have to back yourself up and think about what the best option is going to be there for you. What works and what doesn't. Okay, so feels to me like we are in this kind of plaza square, but we're going to need some kind of a diagonal at some point here. I believe these shake roofs come in diagonals. Let's double check on that though, real quick. Let's see. If they do, I'd like to be able to use that. Alright. Okay, they do. And we have a very specific couple of heights. Not too many. There's a fair bit of variety there. What is that brick texture? Okay, it's a standard brick texture. Because what I'm thinking is, as we head to this little kind of narrow, it's not even narrow, but we'll call it narrow, this cut through here, it feels like we ought to at least cut that corner just a little bit. So if we put a building here, this facade, it feels like this one wants to have a diagonal on it. Or maybe it's just 1, 2, and 3, just to give us a little bit more. That could be interesting. And then we can have here. Thinking through, kind of talk out your building sometimes, and that tends to help get to a good location. It's interesting that it comes up with this one, and yet puts down this one. I don't have my RCT1 tied to this yet, so that's likely why. And it's good to have this black or the rock behind here, because then we can build onto this a little bit later. So we'll come back through here a little bit, probably drop down to this height, and then put, whoa, not that. That's sort of the back of house space. Although what we might do, just from a cleanliness standpoint, this roof seems to drop right to there. Let's do it at this height. That way the roof comes down, we can see it just fine. Works well. This is one of those instances probably where, I hate to say it, but where a half diagonal would look alright. I'm still not sold on the half diagonal options, but it is potentially a space for it. What we may do, just to give this a little bit of offset, because I'm still not really wanting to have this as a continuous facade, so it might just be that facade is doing this. I think these two will be our gift shop. Getting there, AJ. You're getting there. Slow and steady, as we tend to be. So that could be a nice shake roof building here. And potentially that's what we're going to do on this side too, if that's a diagonal, is carry it across over there. We haven't done the flat roof building yet, and that's theoretically which this one should be. Yeah, half diagonal was certainly, well, call it a controversy, but it's definitely was a talking point during the last head-to-head match, because they definitely became a bigger thing and a more heavily used object. But until the object selection went away, so now you can select so many different things, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Now it makes sense. My general issue with it is that this is an isometric game. You got 4 angles, you can't really change them. In a lot of cases, it doesn't look very good. Now, I will say when it's used sparingly, it can look really, really nice. It can definitely turn a quality park into an exceptional park. But if you go for a very long distance, like if it's say done in a roadway, I don't think it looks so great. No, hydrate. Switching back and forth. I got a soda here and water, but we're running low on each one. Oh, we're almost 3 hours in. It's not too bad. Okay. Decisions, and none of them right. Need a new beer? How many is this? You enjoying your or which one are you having this time? Are you having a good one? Okay. So we are going to just do this as a half diagonal piece. Yingling, all right. Drove by the Yingling factory in Tampa yesterday when we were at Bush. This one sort of precludes our doing interiors based on how big this structure is, but that's okay. We can, if we need to, we can sort that out. Okay. Let's give this the tan to help mute that just slightly, ever so slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really, that probably ought to go up by one more, but we already put those there. I didn't realize I had covered them up. Oops. Okay, do we want to stick with... Let's see, we might actually go with a different color. Or not color, but texture on the bottom. And that way we have a little bit of variety here. And then we can come back in with some detailing. Let's get our tan again. Oop. Ah, I can't. Oh, shoot. That's okay. We can work with that. All right, frame that out very nicely there. Ah, I thought we might use one of these big picture windows the Belgian guy has, but or no, Six Flags, not Belgian guy. I don't know why I thought that, but thought we might be able to finally make use of one of those. But alas, we are on the quarter tile. What other options we got to work with? Well, two, I also was kind of hoping we could use this for a sign, but I think we may be out of luck on that as well. This one will line up. Other one less so. We will use this wall here as a sign, so we don't have to put our window there. And then on this side, let's pick what we're going to use. Let's fill up the space really well. Right, you see go around occasionally, but aren't full layouts. I assume you mean like something that would not be peepable. So like a, let's call it like a mine cart that occasionally crosses a bridge over top of something. Like, is that what you're trying to figure out? Okay. And then again, this would be super nice to be able to do those without or on the center of the tile, but okay. Go. Oh, okay, I see. So you're talking like a design that's cut off around a coaster, but you might have coasters from like theoretically off the map somewhere um, that come interact with your ride. Um, definitely different ways that you can think about that. Um, for me, I like to make sure that it makes sense in the context of the whole space. So I would probably go ahead and build a whole layout and then just chop off the parts that I don't need. But I know plenty of people who just have set up the interaction areas that they like and not really built anything further of it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just set it up like you want it to be, and then that's how it sits. So plenty of options, that you can do for that sort of thing. But yeah, I would just make sure that you build it with enough, you know, interaction, and it at least makes some level of sense. You don't have to go overboard on it, but at least it's not like it's going to crash into a wall off screen or something. As far as making it run, that's a tough one for sure. Because if you use the mini golf hack, you're still going to get the teleporting, and it's not. It's going to look a little funky. If it's like specifically for an interaction with the existing ride, like you want to time it so that this train and another train cross paths right at the same time, then okay, there might be something you could do there, but it's not. Um, I don't know if you really want to spend a lot of the time for trying to get that set up. You might just use it as a prop piece only and not have it running. But to AJ's point, Olvenwood and Meckett did some pretty cool stuff like that on DKMP. There's definitely some options you can look at if you want to see how that can be done. Okay, let's give this an edge. Pretty simple up top, but that's probably okay. I don't think we need a lot to it. Okay, so now we're off by just a little bit here. We copied the same texture here, but we used a different one down here, so we're not going to be completely the same through the whole thing. Is this piece, or is it taller? That is taller, but it works. What is this called? Wood pole. Is there an edge piece for this? I don't see one, so we might be out of luck as far as that goes, but that's probably fine. I'm not too worried about that. So for me, typically, if I'm going to be building if I'm going to be building something, I tend to want to do, I tend to want to do the whole space. So if I have a coaster that's going to interact with this current coaster, I'm going to expand it out and build the whole thing. Now, granted, that may not be practical for you if you're trying to extend something huge through a whole big space. But for me, I kind of like the look of, excuse me, I guess carrying the whole thing through. No wonder all these people are checking their maps here. The map says walk through this wall. Okay. Very trusting to walk through that wall. But I do think we're about ready to start running guests through the space, but I do want to figure out what this plaza is going to look like before we go any further with that. Finishing the park within 2 to 5 years, maybe. Although, if we keep streaming on the weekends, it at least forces me to build 4 hours at minimum every week, and that may average out over time to help get me there. And I may continue to build little bits and pieces and stuff off stream, just because that helps move it along. but we're getting there. All right. Really need to figure out how to integrate this gift shop. Yeah, you're not ready for coaster number 2. You're getting a gift shop. But yes, I agree with you. We still need to figure out exactly what coasters become where. I really am still of the opinion that I don't really want any super modern coasters. Like, I don't think I want any modern Intamins. I don't want any B&Ms. I don't want any of those types of things. But kind of older school stuff, like I wouldn't be opposed to an Intamin stand-up coaster, for example. The Intamin or mock bobsled back here, I think probably it's going to be the Intamin because it just feels right. And then I don't know. Looking at some other things. Oh, hey, you Royal Hopkins Looper. I love it. I love it. All right. I'm on board with that. Maybe we do a Hopkins Looper. That could be fun. Yeah. It's depending. So probably a custom layout. So more like a Shockwave. I don't really intend to have more than maybe 1 or 2 coasters here that invert. We might do a mine train. So we might do, and depending on what kind of mine train it is, I would expect, being US, it would probably be an Arrow mine train. But not opposed to other things. I'm not opposed to a small Arrow suspended swinging coaster, although those were expensive and probably not really something that this park would afford, but that's an option too. Theoretically, we've got a couple of different options, or we got a couple different places here. So I'm thinking that the bobsled is going to go out here in the wilderness area. So I've got probably like a small coaster here in the Roanoke area. I've got probably something in the Trappers area here. I've got something in the Native American area, and then I've got a kids coaster here. So really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A power coaster could be an option. You don't really see a whole lot of them. Really, Canada's Wonderland had the only one for the longest time over here, but it's not out of the question. The original set that I picked when I was just kind of throwing stuff out initially was a wooden coaster, an Arrow mine train, a Vekoma flyer, an Intamin stand-up, and a Myler junior coaster. So those were some of the thoughts, and honestly, a Vekoma flyer could be cool in the Native American area. Some kind of a bird option. I thought about an SLC as a possibility. The question that I had with the SLCs, if I did it, I would do or just a recreation of the standard layout, which I've done in a park already. The question is this park going to be a park that does stock layouts, or has had in the past stock layouts, or is it going to be one that kind of does their own thing, like a Holiday World? Granted, they did have stock layouts initially. I have not done one with the Helix. That's an option. So that could be a thing. It's kind of depending on how it goes. All right. Oof, long day. Tired. Let's so visually this fits, but let's go ahead and cut down this planter just a little bit. I could go with a relocated one, although I shouldn't say the setting of the park, because we don't necessarily or the time frame. We don't necessarily have that time frame figured out here, but my thought is that it's a kind of almost the mid 90s. It's the family coaster with a show scene. The mine train. Actually, that's a good idea, is to have some kind of a show element to one of these one of these rides. Yeah, Thunderbird theme Vekoma Flyer could be fun. Right. But hi James, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for resubscribing there. 2 months now, so we're getting there. But yeah, feel free to enjoy your lurk and just hang out. Always good to see you though. All right, so we are continuing our little plaza here as we try and figure out kind of how all this is going to get shaped. Yeah, I was trying to figure that one out. Pigs in a blanket crisps. I know. I guess I've never seen that as a an option in the chips aisle. But I'm curious. I'm very curious actually, because it sounds all right. Interesting. Like, yeah, I would be down for trying that. Like, that sounds great, actually. Okay. I didn't really like the full width of that. Um, we're we're trying to keep things at least relatively narrow. Let's go. We're not relatively narrow, but let's look at this as sort of the widest pathway I want to get diagonally. Like 2 across is sort of the widest I want to get in this direction, and 2 uh, across this way is about as far as I want to get in this direction. So that would be, the color. Be like 1 here, and then I don't want to go side by side this way. I kind of would like to go more in this direction. So, shoot, cross this. And let's just do this. That way I can clear this out just a little bit. And there. I do always like seeing the Christmas flavors of everything, because there's always something unique, which can be fun. Does anybody have any interesting Christmas plans? We're home for the holidays, hanging tight. We wouldn't get into this initially, but now here we are. Large balloon sculptures sound fascinating. Is it for like a parade, or what kind of balloon sculptures? I'm interested to hear more. Oh, very nice. That'll be good. See the game and all that. Decorating a casino, fascinating. That sounds really cool, actually. That's a nice way to spend the holiday. Zach Jordan. Name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure I do. There were so many interns. They all they all come together. Okay, Animax. I think I do. Okay, nice. My coworker was a Purdue grad, so he's big into that one. So I'm sure he'll be cheering hard against. But gotta go fight. Yeah, with the I'm sure being an entertainer is tough as far as that goes because you're pretty well booked for the holiday. I mean, that's from my side. The park that I'm in here, if I was still doing frontline stuff, I would be at the park. I am somewhat thankful now that I don't have that as an option, but or well, not an option, but I do have that ability, but can avoid it now. I've got 3.5 more, well, 3 and a couple hours more days worth of work, and then I am going to be out of here and hopefully visiting and doing some stuff like that. We'll see how it goes. I'm just ready for a break. I am exhausted. It's been a busy, busy year. Okay. I'm kind of just building this whole thing up, and then we'll come back through and put stuff in the appropriate locations. Okay. So we don't have anywhere to sit just yet. That's issue number 1. What are we using for seats over here? Is the standard bench? We are. That should probably be changing at some point, I think. But board game, hey, that sounds fun. That sounds really cool. I would enjoy the heck out of that. I do like doing board games and stuff down here, but there's just not really a whole lot of people who do that around. But I typically do not get a chance to do that. My wife and I will do some traveling and all that fun stuff. Well, that sounds super cool. That's really fun. I went to a little Irish restaurant down the road from where I live last Monday, and they were doing a trivia night. So, friend and I were able to do that while we were hanging out. So that was cool. Okay. Hey, sign in to use app. Like that name. That's good. Welcome. Thanks. Thank you for joining us. We've got a relatively small park here that is growing every time. Oh, it's getting there. Preseason. I get back and start it up. I enjoy seeing some high quality RCT3 stuff. I have not played it personally in a number of years. It's not quite the same style that I'm into. I think I can get a lot more out of RCT2, and the style is a little more, I don't know, fixed, I suppose. Um, but it's uh, they're both good, and good people in both games can make pretty spectacular stuff. Is that what you like to play? Oh, the Irish pub at Disney Springs. I haven't been there for a while. That'd be nice. There's a good Irish place down the road from me up where I live. So it's kind of nice. I haven't been to Disney Springs since COVID happened. Holy cow! Been a little while. One day I'll get back over there. Haven't really had the need. Okay, we can bring this side down probably. Yeah, and honestly, the graphic style of RCT2 is is nice. It's just a very nostalgic, classic style. It looks really good. and you're able to do a lot with it. I think RCT3 is nice, but in a lot of cases, the graphical style in it makes it look really cartoony and sort of bulky, which isn't quite the look that I'm going for all the time. So it's not my favorite as far as that goes. But like I said, I do like seeing some of the good custom content can be pretty spectacular. And the people that have put the time into it, and like Shy Guy and those folks, have done some pretty incredible stuff with it. So can't fault that at all. Personal opinion of a surf coaster. I'll tell you later. Um, but yeah, it's I think everybody kind of has their game. You know, it's interesting hopping over to the Parkitect Discord on that. They definitely some strong opinions as far as what is uh, what is the best game out there. But you know, I like both of them for sure. I'm not sure if I'm settled on that brick patio there. Don't know if I like it. Or how long that was a gap. Interesting. Even that's interesting. It doesn't want to select that whole asymmetrics, just doing some oddball stuff. There it is. That looks better. All right, so what does this look like in the center? What is our center thing? We're not. We already said we're not going to do a noose because that's a little bit. That's a little bit much, perhaps. Um, I think just like a little stockade would be just fine. The question is it set up on a platform? Does it? It seems like it ought to. The gallows are base game content, but yes. Oh, thank you for the follow. Sign into use app. Appreciate that. Um, yeah, they are a base game object, but I feel like it's I don't know. The gallows it seems I feel like the and I guess I don't really know anything aside from in my head, but to me this is the friendly Salem, evil Salem, friendly Salem, evil Salem. Just kind of like both sides have sort of different sections, so sort of bring you in. It's like here, this is the kind of reasonably okay like historical Salem, and then it gets a little more ominous as you go through, and then oh, here's the you know witch bride. Which I understand that I have not conveyed that in my theming whatsoever, so I need to work on that. But I feel like probably A stocks is probably the least threatening. I don't know. It seems like the softest way to explain that something bad happened here. Well, that's the thing. They were in the town center. You're right. They were out in the outskirts by the river in the woods, things like that. So, um, but again, we're as with most theme parks, and as with most theme parks, we're gonna sort of take the history and stretch it a little bit of a taffy history. We'll stretch it and pull it. Stocks would be a good photo op, and even Magic Kingdom's got the stocks. So I wonder what we have for some options here. None. But I know some other thoughts that we could use. I just don't remember what it was called. A trim piece. I have to scroll through all of Bill's objects. So there's one that's like a full tile. Here, Microsoft Photo Op. I don't remember that. But a witch hut sort of near the path. Not necessarily too over the top. I honestly wouldn't mind having something up here as like a little themed option there, or just over at this side. That could be an option. Might have a little like this might be more of a schoolhouse because I think that's where a lot of the acquisitions took place initially. Are the plugins turned on? Which plugins? No, because it turns out the whole thing is broken. So Ollie's trying to fix it. So none of the point redemptions work, unfortunately. But if you want to use any of them or name things, just tell me. So yeah, it's seen better days. But hopefully they'll get it fixed soon, and we can get to that. All right, so if we do a stocks in the middle of the space here, it seems like there would be a platform of some sort anyways. Like some kind of a wood platform. What did you have in mind? Now I'm curious. Help the children with tomatoes. Perfect. Take that, kids. It'll be good. Matina. And then one more, maybe? I want to see if I can put a row of trees here without blocking everything. It might honestly just become a planter in that case. Mostly because I don't think I can get this to work without it being on an edge. Oh, that's blocking it all. Shit. Not what we're looking for. Oh, hello, cat. Cat cam too. The RC2 ducks are underappreciated. How many right now? Oh, you mean sinking down? We may do that if it comes to it. I guess I need to figure out what exactly I want to do as far as a planter goes, as in dog. You're fine. You're fine, dog. Yo, friend. Those are massive and too big. I could do some. That's actually not bad. I don't, especially if you can cut off this section here. That's maybe kind of a nice way to do a planter. Because I want to get some greenery in here. Doesn't need to be a lot, but just enough. And it also would not be a bad thing to have some seating, like some bench type seating. See what we got. I'll make these a little bit bigger, but that's probably okay. Yeah. Good view of the train, good view of the square. Whatever you want to see. My mom and dad can have a place to hang out while the kids go take their picture in the stocks or whatever, I don't know. Or the kids have a place to hang out while mom goes shopping. Okay. There a background wall. Do you mean the black background, or which do you mean? Because yes, somebody has made the black background, and there's a bunch of different options as far as what you, depending on what you want to do with it. How does this sit? This is kind of in like the weirdest section of space. Yeah, there is. Let me see what it is called. I'm sure I can find it. So there's one-sided black by Coaster Bill. There's Fish's single angle black tile wall, and then a couple by Jacko here. So just go to the wall section and type black, and one of those probably ought to come up. Okay. So we get enough space for a single something. I don't. Are these single tile? Hey, maybe. See, I would almost just shift it a little bit more so you could get like two of them in per section. I think having the one there looks worse than having either none or two. Thoughts, opinions? But I don't want to make that any larger. Well, okay. And then we're going to employ the trick where we just color everything down below into a grass. Don't have to worry about that. Hold this up. That looks less bad. Okay. Alright, let's see again. As decorative trees, they don't look bad. What is our rating? Oh, it is 0. Wow. Yikes. And these guys must really hate it here. Wow, I'm impressed that we managed to make it all the way to 0. What's everybody's thoughts? Alright, leaving the park. Did we cut off a bunch of people? Or are they all just... Where is everybody? This doesn't look like 900 people. Oh no! Oh no! Is there a bunch of people stuck underneath the train station? Oh, there. That's why. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, everybody. Get ready. Here we go. Whee! Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's fun. Oh, no. Well, that sucks. These people are pretty eager. These couple people over here are almost dead, so. Watch our park tank here. See if we pick up any better ratings here. Feels like this could be done either on the diagonal or with the diagonal. We want to slow the people down just a little bit, make them stop. So I had not apparently connected the the exit path goes through a wall here, and with OpenRCT2, even with walls, so like if you have a wall here, and even on 0 clearance, if you try and build a pathway through it, you'll notice that it doesn't actually connect to that pathway. You got to pull this out and then come back and build a wall over top. So it does not 0 clearance itself through. And apparently, I forgot that I had the wall piece for the edging for the train station, and so we had about 900 people trapped on this one tile here because it didn't connect. So I've connected the one side now. I haven't connected the other side. Here, I'll connect it across. Now it does connect. We had about 900 people on a single tile here. As J-Morph pointed out that we had a nice solid park rating of 0. Is everybody coming? They're spreading out a little bit. Everybody's still doing good on the agility course here. Well lit. So, it's good. Alright. There's a whole lot of cursed things going on over here. Make that look a little nicer there. We're just casually building on this side while everybody else is having some trouble. We give everybody something? I don't know. Alright, we will give everybody a balloon. There we go. Balloons, balloons, balloons. Oh, you can change the color every time you click. That's cool. Well, this guy already let go of his. What a loser. Disappointing. A couple other ones, too. Yeah, I was looking around trying to figure out where the 900 peeps had gotten trapped, and I didn't see any of them until I looked in there and said, ah, shoot. I was gonna say there's not that many places for them to go right now. It's not a big park. All right, if we're gonna build this thing on top, we can just fill this in and then build on top and not have to worry about it. Not exactly helping the environment by dumping a bunch of balloons, but that's fine. We will offset our carbon footprint somehow. Okay, so we still have a lot of space here. To be honest, we can come out some more. Let's set this up. Maybe this is our little town perch kind of space here. On trials. I wish that there was a diagonal brick option. I think we actually have. I think there is diagonal molding. Yeah, after was it Chicago that had the big balloon incident, or Cleveland? It was like somewhere up there where a bunch of things happened and a bunch of animals died and there was a lot of issues. All right, I think the molding is somebody had a diagonal molding. Oh yeah, Cleveland. There it is. Yeah, such fan favorites as lighting your river on fire, and others. Oh, Cleveland's winning pretty hard right now. I could have sworn there was a diagonal molding. Maybe they spelled it wrong. Oh, they did. Look at that. Okay. See how this looks before we get too far into it. I don't. Where is it? Step one. Okay. Hmm. We do have the outside right here. Ah, and then we can just trim it off on the corners. Looks pretty okay. Man, look at all these people letting go of their balloons. Ungrateful guests. Alright. Convert one of these before we convert them all, and how it looks. The only reason I'm looking at this is it's just we've got this guy over here, which seems like we ought to be at least semi-consistent with our stuff. And it's got a little bit different texture here. Hey, insert joke. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. How are you today? And then there's a little corner piece. Little corner piece. I'm not entirely sure how I'm using these, if I'm using them correctly or not. But maybe I am. And then I think too, we have the diagonal pieces from here. Not quite the same, but have a similar vibe. Well, at least we're not into the real heresy of it all, which is half diagonals. Like, we can get into the real cursed stuff here. We we are good RCT builders who only stick to regular diagonals. But that would be pretty funny if you can swing it money wise as a joke gift. That could be a fun gift for him. Okay. Garden. So this may not be working out just based on how this is displaying. Alright, where's my gardens? Okay. Ooh, fake lottery winners. That I feel like that could always be a something that'll backfire one of these times. But it's funny for sure. All right, let's see. So Victorian roof rail. That goes in front. Okay. Still works as far as that goes. All right, that's not too bad. Although we're still seeing some kind of odd stuff. Let's see. Does that look better? It does look better. This should go to the top. Should go to the top. Wow, those are some evil presents. Holy cow. That's funny though. Alright, I do think that looks better as far as a planter goes. Maybe we can swap the rest of them here a little later. I do sort of like the way that this is set. We could always come up with some kind of a stocks option. I don't know, maybe it's that or something. I know there's a wall piece that's good for stocks, but I can't imagine playing RCT on a console. I mean, granted, with the scenery and everything, because I have Classic on the iPhone, and it's just a pain in the rear to build with, which is amazing because Steve on New Element built like half of our head-to-head park the um, on the phone, and I have no idea how he did it because that would just have driven me up a wall. Let's stick with the full tile here. I guess the idea would be on this, if we're thinking it through, is that the cobblestone is below the paved road, and this being the heavier trafficked area here means that this would be most exposed to opening up again as cobblestone. The problem is just when we get to the scenery level that we're building at here, it's it's difficult. Oh, granted, you can't do hacking and things like that on there, and I'm so used to the benefits of open RCT now with just the variety of options that it has become very difficult to go back. Another ungrateful guest. Look at that. Yeah, it would not surprise, and it would not surprise me if there is one already, and I just don't know about it. I'm not going to add a whole lot of crunch right now, but at the very least, we'll start it out. I'm still not quite convinced by this like green building. Like everything else has kind of a harmonious texture and color and everything else, and then there's this just sort of being there. Right, I ought to put at least some venting and stuff like that. Where was that one sign? Okay, so it must connect on this side. Power shop sign wall. Let's make it red. Red. Yellow. Okay. There we go. That at least gives us a sign there. Still don't know what I'm doing here. Still delaying. I'm trying to figure out if I want to go through here and put like a fence around this area up here, or just like a border. If it was my park in real life, it would be a fence because this is a trip hazard. But the border looks a little cleaner, and I'm not taking up a bunch of space with it. Let's try and grab some landscaping. Not landscaping, but this. A fence would ruin the photos, agree. Where's my go? Connecting in some of this. I don't think I want guests walking down here. The way to ruin RCT. You can't build that coaster like that. That would be too much of a insurance risk. Those G-forces are too high. Regulators have closed down your park. Okay. here. Right, enter back out this way. This guy's eager. Hanging out. Okay. There we go. And let's come through here and we can stick some buildings in here at some point. Here's a restaurant. We need to figure out what the Salem restaurant sells here. The real one that we were looking at was called what was it called? The Witch's Brew Cafe, which, well, I guess what else do you expect? Seems like they ought to have coffee, at the very least. Life says beer. I don't know if they have a beer stall. Jimmy, is there a beer stall in the game? You're the only one who I would expect to know that. Maybe. Or somebody can make a custom one. Which is brew. At least we'll give these people coffee. We'll hype them up. Leaky cauldron. Good soup. Depends if you put it in a soup bowl. Coffee can be a soup. This. There you go. Oh, look, this guy's falling into the void. Save you. I don't even like coffee. Here it is. Oh. Like this guy just fell like 10 feet, and then the first thing he wants to do is like pull out the map and be like, I wonder where I am. Not, oh no, my leg is shattered. Yeah, you. Problem with that is that it may be a dangerous mix, but alcohol makes theme parks a ton of money. So much. Alright. Lower all this. This also depends on how well you handle it, you're right. That's the other problem, is it's expensive. That's why you have to get a good discount. The cider I'll go for. I'm not a huge fan of beer. I don't like the taste. Oh really? I'm surprised that Horror Nights waited that long, because it's a tradition down here. I mean, Universal, everybody, it's just free flowing alcohol for days, which is not not the best. Like when you're trying to control what people are drinking. We're going with the white clapboard for this one because I don't really think it would do brick. I could do gray. Feels like this park at least wanted to at least wanted to paint it. Yeah, I'm sure you would notice a difference in guest behavior. It's not shocking whatsoever. Wish I could say I was surprised, but nope. I have built a number of bars for our park, and I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it can be pretty ugly sometimes. What would be the RCT thing for drunk guests? Would it just be that they throw up more, or that they're just belligerent to the staff, or how does that work? Okay. That would be funny. Pay more for rides. All right, let's play some cutaway here. What I'm doing. Want the red. Keep this away. I did say we could come back through here and do like another roof type just from that forced perspective standpoint. Let's see. So I understand that you ordered 20 pounds as in the currency worth of food, but over here I'm thinking 20 like weighted pounds of food, and that sounds fantastic. Makes me laugh. We're using cutaway view, so the rest of the map is still here, but I wanted to see around those trees without without the trees getting in the way. So the cutaway view, we can do vertical or you can do horizontal. Yeah, something like that. I feel like Taco Bell in Osaka is probably not as expensive as it would, or more expensive than it would be in the U.S. I guess I don't have anything to back that up. I never ate at a Taco Bell. I was in Japan. Okay. I'm sure they're all very polite about you spending so much money, taking so much time for that. All right, let's see. Let's just do it this way. I don't think we can see anything back here. I'm looking at. Aha. Okay. I mean, granted, I have spent like more than I care to say on things like McDonald's in other countries. Chicken party pack. Of course, they have beer at a lot of things in Japan. They have beer in the vending machines, depending on which vending machine you get. Yeah, McDonald's Japan was all right. Honestly, German McDonald's is where that's where I'm a fan of. All right. I guess I wouldn't have thought about Guam McDonald's. It'd be interesting. Okay. Carry through our up here. Was there like a physical place for it, or like an actual McDonald's, or is it just like for a back kitchen when you just put in an order? That's interesting. Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine there's a whole lot there. Oh, that's so funny. They had to go get you your own sake. I guess you did use it all. Although I guess when you're giving them money, they're more than happy to take care of it for you. Okay. So I'm giving this a little bit of a parapet wall in the back. In general, it's not necessarily recommended that you go from um, wall straight to a flat roof. You want some sort of what's called a parapet wall architecturally, and it's basically just raised up. And you could do one, you could do two. Doesn't really matter how far you go up on the thing, but just enough to give it a little bit of a wall here. Um, is Abu Dhabi, Dubai on a bucket list? Yeah, it's one of those that um, I want to see for a couple of reasons. First of all, the architecture in Abu Dhabi, Dubai area just is insane. Just the fact that there's just so many interesting things going on as far as that goes. The park wise, it would be really cool to see, all the things that are going on over there. Just because they've got so much going on. Um, there's still stuff going. We have our park getting built over there right now. Um, but I would like to go, and I will go at some point. I just don't really know what the plan is. Get over there right now, but at some point I would like to go. Just so many places in the world to see. The thing about over there is that based on attendance in some of the parks, there's a little bit of a risk of some of them closing. So I don't want to. I don't want to miss something. Um, so that would be my only concern is getting that sorted out. But yes, from what I understand, the winter months for sure. I have a lot of friends over there right now, and it's a lot of commentary of you better go in the winter if you're going to do that. Okay, so a couple things so far where we are on all this. I feel like this is all coming together pretty well. We've got a nice setup here. We would probably want to expand our back area out here. And I'm going to lower this down so we can do that. But what we need to do is a couple things. So first of all, we need to identify what's in these buildings. We've got the cafe, and then I think I see this as pretty much all gift shop. This may be this could be a tavern, maybe, which shares a kitchen between the two. And then the gift shop is this white building over through till whatever we do for this one. But in our back area here, we'll need to take care of a couple of different things. So first of all, we'll need a cooler freezer, which typically you see outside the building. We'll need a dumpster pad. We'll need a wash down area for bins and stuff like that. So lots of different options as far as that goes. This bump out here, I kind of envision as the kitchen. And then I guess that's a good question. This could be kitchen. This could be more seating potentially here. I don't quite know how that's all going to land, but there's some options. But I do feel like on the plus side, so far we have made a fair bit of progress. Okay. First things first, let's see what we're doing for this little archway. Let me see if there is any archway in Salem. Perhaps. Okay. There's here, I'll jump over just so. Good, so there's this guy. I'm kind of thinking more of a gate. Like a big metal gate. Maybe it's just pillars on either side. This is nice with the columns here. Cemeteries. I guess we already have the cemetery covered. Okay. Well, let's do this. Yeah, could be something right there. So let's grab ourselves the brick. Looks like we want at least a semblance of the kind of thicker thing here. I don't know if it wants to be the darker. The problem is this darker gray tends to just wash it all out. Now, granted, we're not going to be looking at this normal. We're doing super zoom, which is kind of becoming our standard zoom, just kind of based on how all this goes. Where did I go? There we go. And then we just may end up with this tree can go away. Let's see. Well, it doesn't look great. I was really hoping that would sit better on itself. That we've been using elsewhere. Not a whole lot. What does this just look like if you stack it? And then if we tie it together with the thin deco piece, that probably could look all right. And it's probably only 3 tall, maybe. I think that could look pretty nice. Oh yeah, this fence one, yeah, it never has the same texture to it because this one is very clearly feels like wood. This one, I don't know, less so, I think. But yeah, you're right. It's too clean. All right, so we could do fence piece, although that feels gigantic. Deleting all this. The question becomes: so we're three diagonal quarters across is this gate. Now we don't need to match that exactly, but it probably wouldn't hurt to match it somewhat. The question is, do we go 2 each on either side, or do you just go the 1, or what do we do there? We could kind of perch one like half closed. I'm not sure I like the look of that either. We can always do some kind of an archway, but not that because that doesn't look any good. Decisions. And the thing is, we have to think about is that we're only seeing this from a couple of different spots. So we can see it from this way, and we can see it from this way, sort of, depending on what we do with that train station. Because if that becomes bigger, then we're in some rough shape. A little better. Come on, there we go. Hmm. I think we'll all this. But have a good evening. Thanks so much for stopping by. I'm glad you hung out and had a good time today. Enjoy your time. If we don't, I'm sure we'll talk to you here before we're for Christmas. But enjoy your holiday. All right, let's keep on going with a little centerpiece like that. So we'll call it like that. I think that could be okay. Now let's get a pillar here, and actually this may, I don't know if we want to do gray or what we want to do here. Let's see. We at least want to do 1. I think I want to do a second one. And I want to get this lamp on a corner. Let's see if we have it as a custom scenery piece on the corner. Problem is, each one of these is right on the middle side here. Well, thanks for stopping by, Ringo Cat. Have a good evening. Have a very nice holiday if we don't chat beforehand. Hey, you're also in Texas. You got, well, it's only 5:15 over there. You're fine. Candy stripe lamp. Sure, somebody can probably rework this into a. Some of these lamps are pretty cool though. One J lamp. Let's try Josh's maybe. I do like those. Eighth lamp, maybe. All right, we got some options, maybe. Okay, that 1J1 does not look good. Sorry, Josh. Not feeling that one. See where the other ones went. Aha, here, this one's on the corner. Is it gonna fit though? The problem is it's on the corner, but it sits back just enough to be annoying. Hmm. We could come overhead and do some kind of an archway. But the question is it going to look any good? And the answer, I think, is probably not. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm feeling it. But I do want the. I do want some kind of a lamp on either side here. Okay, that's a full tile thing. That's somewhat frustrating. Hmm. Spin this guy around. He still sits just off. Maybe this will be a request to Extreme to see if he can get me a lamp that fits a little better. I mean, it does look cool with all four of them there, but I think that ends up getting to be a little bit much, and I don't think we need that. So, at least for now, this will kind of stay where it is, but we'll have to come back and do something more to it. I don't like this hard edge right here. Let's adjust that. And then I'm not sure I'm liking this patio just yet. But let's go for the reddish pillars. Actually, that's true. Painted thing. Because initially I thought of it sort of as like a wrought iron. But you could also think of this whole thing as brick. Not sure if that's the right move. Making a mess though. I don't know, what do you think? The red or the... I'm not entirely sure the red's working for me for the whole thing. If I had this texture, maybe. I don't know if I have that texture in a color. Probably worth the checking, because if it exists, then take it. We've got smaller pieces here. We got the brick wall. Nice diagonal piece. It would not surprise me if someone has made the rock piece, this rock piece, as a smaller style element. Like, it looks like this is sort of where it sits right now, but I don't want that thickness. I want it smaller. But I did pick up the lantern, which... Okay, that sits in the middle. Oop. Alright, well, let's stick with the gray for now. Gray on gray. And this could be something to pick up here for later. Okay. Now, question for this is, are we going to continue our... There's a part of me that wants to come in with the lattice that we have over here and just make this a very nice dining space here. Problem is that it doesn't exactly fit the overall space that we've kind of crafted on the other side, so it's weird, I think, to take the one side here and then not fill in this side also with the same lattice, because it looks a little funky perhaps, but maybe not. We'll see how weird that is. Like the red, the continuation of the brick wall. Okay. Maybe that's the way we end up kind of going. Is there's a better option there, but I think we're gonna have to sit on that for at least a little bit here. Oh. Need to turn off the curved one. this ends up becoming a little bit of fence anarchy here when we've got very different looks, but how do we want to go about this? Because I don't really like, grab this. I don't really like having this fence here and then this fence over here. But I don't think that this lattice fence is appropriate for this whole space. This feels appropriate for this cafe and maybe used elsewhere here, like on this planter, which I think we can do without too much trouble. But it does not work itself so well on like a larger space, larger distance. Let's select, nope. Nope. Come on. There it is. There we go. That at least ties that together a little bit, even if now we can't quite see the plants there. I do want to continue this through. Copy and paste this across. Would be worth taking this guy. I think if I had the iron work with the brick in a quarter tile diagonal, it would make sense for me to put it there only. But I think what we'll do instead is just plant this up real good, so it's not quite as obvious that this is a well, I won't call it a mistake, but it's just that it's a weird condition. But I do think we need to think about tables here. Like some outdoor tables. Maybe there are some string lights up above. We can make the tables accessible too, as far as just seating goes. It's like a bench seating instead. What would be cool if you can do when you put down a when you put down these guys, you can kind of show where all the connected spaces are, which is what removes the various pieces. I wish you could just select certain ones. Then a planter maybe instead of the extra wooden fence. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. There's a planter of some kind there, just to help obscure that a little bit. Let's see what happens though if we come through with a little bit thicker planting plan. Wow, lots of people coming. Oh, the train just parked. Wondering where all those people were coming from. Hey Bear, welcome. I don't think it would be. Granted, I know not a thing about programming, but I feel like it wouldn't be that challenging to just basically have a display flag that says this one are displayed, this one are not. It would seem straightforward enough, but again, I don't know, so that might be a question for the devs. darn. That is right in the middle of our front. So we could do here, we could do here maybe is the best option for that. Get a little bit smaller tree. Which is a shame because I've always been hoping for larger trees in this game, and now that we have them, they're amazing. But sometimes you just want to be able to see through it a little bit better. This is where the isometric becomes more of a hassle than it's worth at times. Yeah, it's just invisible path everywhere. So that's what we're using here. Yeah, Chinese cedar is the winner today, I think, because we can at least get something in there without being too over the top. And that's the best sort of see-through tree, I suppose. So let's grab ourselves some more of these plants. Try and come across. To be honest, as far as like the pathing goes, even if I'm going to put down more like standard pathway that the guest would use, like in this case, this tarmac pathway matches the actual tarmac pathway. I'm almost always going to put down the scenery and then come across the top of it with the with everything. And I couldn't necessarily tell you why, other than the fact that I just sort of a force of habit at this point. All right, let's object selection. So we want the invisible trash can. Either of these, I guess. Oh, where is it? It's the very last one. Of course it is. And you can't see it. Right now, let's see if those are actually on there or not. Footpath with Six Flags Invisible litter bin. Okay. We got ourselves a couple handymen. Alright, so what still needs to be done? We still need to add whatever our thing is up on the stage here, whether that's stockade or stocks or whatever that may be. We still need to figure out the gift shop type building here, and then we still have this open diagonal space over here. Once those things are in, and once we do the back of house space here, we are effectively done in Salem. And we can move on. Then the next question is probably going over here. And oh yeah, you can place it on the invisible path. The only way you have to do that is if you're building your path and then you have the invisible path over here, you have to make the path height markers visible. So with the so like right now I can't place this bench, but if I make the visible markers visible and I click on the actual height marking, then I can do it. So that's the little trick there. This half diagonal crap. Okay. It is going to kick up a little bit here as far as landscape goes. I kind of want it to be sort of a cozy little eatery on the side here, without really much of a view, more so nestled within the woods. So that's kind of where we're headed, because we know we've got to go up anyways. I have to get it up to this overall height. The other thing is that at some point I have to bring, well, I don't have to, but it would make sense to have our back of house space, which is over here and is going to carry along the front side here. It will make sense to have this connect across into the park at some point, and probably makes sense to have it connected some sort of a midpoint here before it goes up too high. So kind of almost thinking, instead of, get rid of these markings because these aren't going to be valid. I'm thinking, instead of going too far, we just do it here at this kind of one height elevation here, and then come across with that roadway. Then this really just ends up becoming some heavy landscape. And we'll see. I think after stream, I may clear out this whole space, just close the park, clean this up, and then clear it. And then we can develop out what exactly this is, and maybe I'll do a little bit more research into colonial Philly and see what appropriate buildings will fit in this space once we get beyond Independence Hall and some of these other ones. So we want to figure out what the, especially more of this, less so in the kind of center portion, but more so outside. So maybe there's more monument type stuff that we can stick in there. Monument, maybe fountains, whatever that may be. I think this can be seen somewhat as seating back here, and then we can just open this up as another exit to the restaurant. So nice with the object selection, not having to pick and choose. I mean, I know I've said that 100 times already, but like, I always used to just accept the glitching that comes when you merge two straight ones together like this into a corner, because you couldn't afford to select this guy since there's something else you could use it on. And now to be able to say, nope, actually we can use that and the other one, and then you get the other specialized pieces, it's just so refreshing. Such a nice change from what it was. Let's. We'll give this a little bit of space back here. Don't want to make this too far in the back because A, guests won't see it, and B, I don't really want guests away from the main path, just kind of doing their own thing. Don't need unsupervised guests. Let's put some more windows back here. And it doesn't quite make sense that this is carrying around. More windows is more supervision, more or less. Just means that they can, stare out menacingly at the guests as they're screwing around. Close enough. Can I really make that green on the inside? Actually, it looks a lot better out there, doesn't it? I make it the barf green, it looks a little better. Yeah. We need to figure out what our best seating option is going to be. Kind of like the idea of like little cafe tables. So perhaps let's make ourselves a mock-up back here. Benches are just so big. Used to be like a round table option. Oh, it's just a scenery piece. Amazing how many scenery pieces we developed when it was so easy to combine scenery and everything else. I mean, you look at Coaster Bill's Emerald Point, that's basically like 3 objects for the whole park because he spent so long clustering objects together into larger objects. I mean, on the one side, it's incredibly clever and uses a lot of pretty fun ideas, but at the same time, it also screws up everybody's plans for just scenery. But hey, Scoop, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate you. Thanks for lurking here as well. All right, let's think about what kind of, not pink, that was accidental. I don't know, I guess when I think of cafe tables, I think of more like, I don't know, the kind of wrought iron black type color. It'd be nice if the benches were different colors. I wonder if there are other bench options that I've just never used. Ooh, there's a gray one. I do like my muted colors. Efteling bench looks awfully narrow, but could be useful. That's a standard size sofa bench. You can do the sofa ride from the Weed Park. Fun. Okay, let's see what our options are. That looks awfully small. That looks better. Maybe not quite what I'm looking for, but I don't know, I think that's too small. Okay. Let's see if Scenery Manager is going to work right for this. Nope. Fast man. Nope. Alright, save. Reload. So we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Back before we had electricity and fancy things like OpenRCT. Surely there's a better way to do this. Actually, what I should do is, because we did say we want to make these usable. So before I go too much further, let's actually make them usable. Just help ourselves here. Let's do cutaway. And I'll put this tree back when I'm done. Okay, so I think we want invisible bench. Okay. 1K invisible bench. All right. Now, go over top. I suppose it's a small price to pay for making usable stuff, but sometimes it can be a little bit annoying. Okay, and then grab this guy. Needs to go towards the bottom. Interesting, this guy's like sitting on the table. Only so much you can do about the glitching. Sometimes, if you throw on a little piece here, a little pamphlet or something, that can make it better, but we'll stick with that. At least, I mean, the only challenge is then you get people walking into your tables, but I think I'd rather to have a usable looking thing as far as this goes than not. So, anyway, that's how you make usable tables, like full sided tables in the game. You can copy paste path tiles with benches on either side of the path. Then use the tile switch to connect the path. That's an option too. Yeah, absolutely. That's probably an easier option, to be fair. Couple of good ways to do it for sure. What? All right. Let's see. So then our theming stops here. Theme music stops. And we'll just get rid of that. And we'll take this guy and fully enclose this. I've said before that I'm not a super huge fan of enclosing every single path with a fence, but there are some areas that you do want to just generally carry one through, just from an ease of just overall design standpoint. Okay. So this here opens up into the back area. And that's all this. Yeah, well, that's a fair assessment there too, especially going into the back area or into kind of untreed space or spaces where there's just not a whole lot of anything. All right, now we can put that back. And to be honest, I'm probably going to end up hiding a lot of this, which is sort of a shame because it looks all right. Maybe I can get that Chinese cedar to do some work back here. At least you can sort of see what's going on, and you just get a little bit more obscured. Because the idea would be to screen this as best as we can, because we're going to put a road through here, and then we'll probably have another set of screening fence or screening trees here, and then have something up top. Like, because let's say we have that dark ride up here, we're still going to have that 3 tiles tall higher up than this guy is, so we're going to do something at least to screen that up a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's continue back here. Yeah, so we talked about there's a couple different dark rides that I've been thinking about. So one of them would be like an entrance area dark ride up top here, in the Philadelphia area. I've also thought about one in the Boston Harbor area here. I think that one's going to fit well just because we're going to have so many buildings that it would make sense just to have a long facade of buildings that might have a very short a very short depth to them, and then behind it is the actual ride itself. So I wouldn't take this little kind of bean-shaped area to be the only thing. Boston Tea Party Dark Ride. We already have the Boston Tea Party teacups. Those are the must. They're gonna be like right around here. Fun with history. Okay. And we will do the interior of the dark rides. Mav, I ought to call you in to do the interiors there, like we did for Tokyo Dome. That was a heck of a dark ride. It turned out very nicely. Okay. Little screening space here. Let's see, how do we want to do it? You can see straight through. There we go. Now you can unlock. Okay, that works. We need an employees only sign for back here. Make that a bright red just to encourage. Okay. Live for 5 hours so far, not too bad. Okay, so I back this up just a little bit more. thinking about our back of house here. We already said that this space is somewhat of a seating area. Like inside this room. Now we've got the windows on there. It could be fake windows. But either left or right here is a kitchen. So we know we need a cooler freezer at some point. We know we need to have a dumpster at some point. And a washout and things like that. Delivery area, all that kind of fun stuff. So, thinking about all that, a couple of different options we can do. So, where's my textured wall? This just taller. I think the metaverse will change the theme. Not, I mean, to an extent, yes. I think there's always those considerations, but I mean, everybody's at least thinking about those changes as they will happen, and some places will happen quicker than others. But it's a money thing for a lot of parks as to what can or will change and how fast it'll do it. Basketball court for employees. Put it in a castle, like Cinderella Castle, maybe. Be novel. Okay, so if we did a piece like this, covered over on this side, and then our dumpster is right. I would put it right next to the guest area, which is not ideal. I do think if we're talking cooler and freezer, we're probably talking here, like a 3x1. And a little bit of a storage area, perhaps. Doesn't have to be manicured quite as well as the front of house space. I do still want to have at least a little bit of care put towards it, not make it look like total trash. Let's see, what do we want? White, gray, dry gray. Okay, so you're not really going to be able to see that from the front of house space. Give ourselves a door. And put another door on this side, maybe. Well, depending on how we envision how that could be shaped, it could make sense. But it's good to at least think about how your overall shaping is of spaces. Probably worth tossing a light back here as well. If we do it red, we can at least give ourselves a nice bit of difference. Aha. Just paint that red too. There's no reason it's got to be bland. Well, actually, this is probably more suited for overhead. Right here we can put our ladder to the roof. The classic TT ladder. Stick with this one at least now. I'd like to see about having a better object made for ladders. I feel like in general you can have a ladder with cage, and a ladder without cage, just to make it look a little better. Yeah, I think I will. And it seems like something that Dream would be good at. They don't all need backstages, and like you say, that there are definite uh, points when you have um, a restaurant or a gift shop or whatever in the middle of the park. In this case right here, I've got a little back area right here that I fenced. This one's got nothing. I kind of would assume that this one would stock itself from this shop, perhaps. But you just have to think about stocking, as in, like, where do they deliver their stuff in the morning? Where does it get set up if they need to bring in more during the day? Where does it go? Is there any, is there a storeroom inside? Which it would make sense that there is, but usually you want maybe 1 or 2 squares worth of space even behind. If it's a restaurant, you probably want a little bit more, unless it's just like a smaller grab and go type facility. But it could easily sit there. Hello, not the first era. Welcome in. How are you today? We are building a colonial America themed park. A little colonial / revolutionary / we're getting into more modern times because I can't decide what I want to do. So far, we've been working on the Salem, Massachusetts area for the last couple of streams. We have our Philadelphia kind of entry area that we're working on, thinking about. So we started like a train station today, and then a number of other bits and pieces here that we're gonna build on for a little bit. So we're getting into the finer points of backstage areas at the moment. So talking about right now coolers and freezers, and some other just more boring stuff like that, perhaps. But part of the whole park build process and part of how it all comes together. I think we'll use this texture, which might change up around. Yeah, so I'm a real life theme park designer, and I like to play these games and kind of work on building realistically and teaching how to do that, and kind of getting into some of these more, I guess, finer points, I suppose. So it's kind of a fun way to just talk about all the things and considerations that go into a park as you build it. Hey, just another Andy. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate joining in. All right, let's do a little bit of detail here. Welcome. How are you this evening? Okay, so first of all, I think I've got some perspective issues here. Okay, let's drop this down so we don't screw that up. Oh, I just work for one park. So I work down in Orlando, but I do between a lot of different things. I wear a lot of hats, so um, I've worked on water slide projects, roller coasters, restaurants, gift shops, um, all that sort of thing. I mean, and boring stuff too, water lines, concrete sidewalks, all sorts of other things. But um, yeah, so I do some design work, a lot of construction management, a lot of project management, kind of touching all those things. So it's a lot of different stuff to work from. How do you build up? So if you hold Shift and use the mouse, you can go up and down. Once you're at a certain height, let's say we want everything to be at the level of this roof piece right here, I can hold down Control, and now this piece and any other piece that I select is going to be at that same elevation. So Shift and Control are your two best friends when you're doing scenery in RCT. They're quite useful and would recommend. Okay, so every cooler and freezer has a compressor attached to it, and that's what keeps it going. There are generally when you have these, you're going to have them in different parts and pieces, but we've got two kind of units as I'm looking at it right now. So like this 2x1 would be the cooler part, and this 1x1 in the back would be a freezer, perhaps. Yeah, so right now I've actually have clearance checks turned off. So like when they're on, obviously you can just keep on clicking and build up. But when clearance checks are turned on, I just keep building on top of the thing that I've currently have. So if we pull out our tile inspector here, so I've got these walls all at different heights, but then if we look at this one, I've got all these same walls at the same height, all on top of each other basically. And it's just a feature that lets you build a little more detailed. So disabling the clearance checks kind of lets you go in here and just build on top of things and layer things. So like you look at the guest pathway here, that's got all this little detail on it. It's just zero clearance, so I have I've got an invisible pathway put down, and then I just have all the scenery dumped on top of it. So lots more detail. So this is Open RCT2. If you've played with that, I'm not sure, but it basically is an open source version of original RCT2, and it's got all sorts of fun features and cheats and other things that let you do a lot more with the game than the standard game allows. So just being able to change around all sorts of stuff and build more detailed and do things with different coasters and all sorts of other stuff. Like I can take this wooden coaster here and change and add any kind of custom train on, like from other rides or other different things. We can change up the operating modes. You can launch the wooden coaster. You can, do all sorts of different things like that. So it really unlocks a bunch of features that the base game didn't have. And it's also free. So if OpenRCT or if you don't have it, it's absolutely worth getting. So just Google OpenRCT2 and you can find the download link. As long as you've got the base game installed on your computer, then you are good to go as far as installing it and everything. And actually, we just recently, like just within the last week or two, the developers have released the new save format, and it's a really big deal for us who have played forever because it unlocks a bunch of the features. So there's a certain amount of objects you can put on the map. It used to be like a couple 100,000 objects, and it was pretty routine for us to hit that at any kind of decent sized park. It didn't take a whole lot to hit that amount, but now actually, if we go here, you can see that there are 16,776,704 objects that you can drop down here before you hit the limit. So it's expanded essentially exponentially. It's let us put a lot more rides on the map, so 1,000 rides, all sorts of things like this. So the this custom scenery cap has been been fantastic. So being able to select, up to 2047 scenery, small scenery items, large scenery walls, just it's so nice to see all that. So yeah, for anybody who hasn't played Open RCT and is just used to the original game, check this one out because it's absolutely worth doing. It's really really cool. You're going to build a full city with hotel. Oh, that'd be really cool. I know some people who have done similar things, not necessarily to that level of detail, but have developed out like portions of full areas and towns and things. But I'd love to see it done realistically, as far as just the whole thing goes. I think that could be really really cool. All right, so let's split this visually, so we know that it's two separate units. And give it a little bit of a border here. And we can also probably grab a... Is this the smallest piece we've got? I have the other deco block. I don't think I do. Let's get that deco block, the quarter. Let's see. I think it's building block art deco. There it is. Have to find it. Honestly, finding it's the hard part more than anything. There it is. Okay. Let's give this that sort of darker color. We'll do black on the sides and the darker gray on top. And then we'll just drop this in there as basically a vent, although, yep, put that at the wrong elevation. Do one buried here, yep. Try that again. Black, gray. There we go. Call that event. Okay, so there is our cooler freezer. Let's and where's the 1K maps rack? And Nora XYZ, welcome. Thanks for the follow. How are you this evening? Right. Where is it? I cannot find it. Ah, facing the other direction. Okay. And all I'm doing is just adding more just visible detail down here, so nothing really. We're just trying to make it look like there's enough kind of stuff going on. Okay, so we have a dumpster area that we wanted to grab here. Then our pathway is going to continue up, so maybe it's like this, and then our washdown space is like right here for clean out. So for any larger restaurant, typically you're going to have like an enclosure in the back here that's got some kind of a washdown space. And in a lot of cases, it's just going to be like a brick, a cinder block brick space. Drop in this. This way, I think we've got this piece, although I know that there's another one somewhere. Here it is. There we go. I think we need to do is reorder this in Tile Inspector. So let's this towards the top so it's behind everything. That way it looks like a little bit of a drain. Extreme pressure washer. I may have to ask him for some. He's going to really hate that he missed the stream because he's going to be getting all sorts of random requests from me all of a sudden for objects. That's a little beefy. There we go. Well, let's recolor this because the top of this being white is shining through and just like making it look a little odd. Okay, so that's our kind of wash down space. Make a hose maybe, I don't know. Okay. And then our actual road is going to be up this way. We've got our back of house road that's going to connect up in. We'll connect to the park here somewhere just so that we have access into the park. Figure for vehicles. You want to make sure that every section of your park is wide enough for fire trucks. So at least in Florida, for example, it's 20 feet. So we need to be able to make sure that nothing here blocks it. So we're getting a little bit tight here with this well on this side. So we need to be able to either get around it, which might mean we skinny this down a little bit, or have access where we can get up to it and then be able to kind of back out. Now, we'll probably go through a little later on when we get into details and things. We started doing this a little bit earlier. You can't really see it here, except this angle is we put a fire hydrant right here. And this is one of those in-game details that I really like to add, but I often forget to add consistently. So I'll have it in the places where I think about it, but then I'll kind of forget to add it elsewhere. So it honestly becomes one of those things that you sort of do towards the end, is you just go back through. The same thing with like storm drain covers and things like that, either next to or on your pathway. Just going back through and adding in all of that. So it's just best to just take it one at a time and add it in kind of as you go. The other thing I tend to forget in parks is restrooms. I don't know why, I just do. We've got our first one here, so the Salem area has a restroom, so we're good to go for our whole area. So this will be the next spot here, probably up towards the. Well, it depends. We'll have one up towards the front, and then we'll usually have one by like guest services up at the front of the park. That'll be somewhere to consider where to add one in, maybe. But lots of opportunity there. All right. Let's see what else we want to do today. Just never stayed. Hey, I used the restroom at Busch Gardens yesterday in the hour or so that we spent at the park. It was not too long. All right. So we have our did not finish this. Typically, you're gonna have a gap in the parapet wall here, but I don't have the right piece for that. So, in lieu of that, we're just gonna drop this. Although interestingly, it sits on the front of the tile. You can see how the lines aren't consistent here. depending on which edge of the tile it's on. So looks like interior of the tile it is. As far as access goes up here, I don't think there's a whole lot that we need. Maybe there's some door access up here. This is just a thematic piece, this roof. So if you turn this way and you look at our village here from the front, you kind of look up and see this roof, and it just looks like the village continues further on back. Just helps fill out the space a little bit, I think. So really, we're looking at 2 to 3 more buildings. So we've got the 2 here, and then we've got the one that's going over here that I just don't have a clue what I want to do with this. Once we get over to this point, it gets a little more residential, which is, at least from the architecture here, which is sort of what I've carried through, but I'm not quite sure what we want to do for all of that. I do need to upgrade these planters to this one because we use the crown molding here just to create a nice little bench seat option. These benches aren't real on this side, so those are just scenery pieces because nothing here is on the grid properly, so it's all just sort of its own space. But we do have some seating here for the guests to use, just a little bit of a hack as far as that goes. Let's drop this. And I just put a curb down here, and then you can put the dumpster here. I think I have. I think I do have a custom scenery option for a dumpster. I need to go look back at my SeaWorld park. That I could just kind of copy and paste over here. Just that'll work better. And then we'll have to put like a little awning over top of it. So in case you were wondering, if you have a dumpster, you need to have an awning over top of it because there's a drain underneath of it, and when the dumpster is gone, that drain is exposed. But it's a sanitary sewer drain, not a storm sewer drain. So therefore, by utility code, you need to have that under a cover. So things to think about. Those are the fun, like, permitting things and other stuff that just becomes a bit of a pain sometimes as you try and learn through what the best way to do things is. Okay, we could do just a little sloped space down to our space down here. Question is, what do we want to use for access now? We can use this gray one and make it we'll definitely replace this at some point because this is not a great look overall. Things to think about with a dumpster is how do you get a vehicle up to it so you can pick it. I don't have any of the pieces that I'm used to for this. Okay, all those are going to have to change here at some point. Okay. I don't like any of that. Excuse me. I think we had a pathway here, maybe. I know I was using something for the... here it is. There we go, the half diagonal, or not half diagonal, half slope. Thanks, dog. ITX Zoom, why what? This is probably way bigger than need. You probably only really need this kind of slope down. I keep having to remind myself that this is meant as a we'll call it a simpler park, as far as it's not really as far as it's not like super themed. So I don't really need to go too overboard on some of these things, but I always find that I build out these back of house spaces maybe a little too much. I fear for the next age tuition, people start using quarter diagonal. So, well, it was the half diagonal this time, so now that we have the scenery pieces, I'm sure that somebody's going to try it. I do think we haven't seen the full fleshed out potential of the half diagonal, and I do think that'll become a thing. As much as I'm not a huge fan of it, I do think it'll become a thing. But I don't know. We'll see how the other stuff goes. I would love to see more of this sort of thing, these slopes, just because I feel like the current slopes are just a little bit too steep for my liking. So this is a nice balance for sure. Problem is, you don't have great ways to kind of return the slope to what it should be. So now it's either you're exposing some land tiles here, or you're just burying it under landscape, which is really kind of where I intend to go to. And I do think, now that we can select as many objects as you want, more or less, although I do think 2047 is going to go fast. But now that you can select as many objects as you like, I do think we're going to see a lot of more fencing options and things like that set up for this this setup exactly. Make it kind of worth our while here. All right. Roof hatch. Roof hatch. I think I've just psyched myself out too much for this last building here, which is maybe one of those things that we tackle another time. But it probably is about time to start wrapping up. Whatever, 5.5 hours in. Bad. Last building is scary. Then we're done. Then we're done with this area, and we can move on to other areas. And this way, we will be 1/8 of the park complete, and arguably the easiest area because it's got the least amount of interesting architecture. Well, I shouldn't say that, because Roanoke's going to be a lot simpler architecture, I think. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But okay, well, since we'll come back and build this and wrap up what we want to do here, let's call it for the day, and turn in. Yeah, I think the area turned out pretty all right. I'm reasonably happy with how everything shaped out here. It's I think it's working well enough. We'll fill out some landscape here just to give ourselves a little bit of a gap here to view in, but still keep some landscape here. Vary some other stuff this way. And then just finish this out theme-wise and everything else. Yeah, there you go. Let's grab this next one just because okay, this on the main view. Oh shoot! Come on. follow. There we go. Follow this. We have our tunnel there, and a couple little drops. This is a CCI wooden coaster, so we're talking underbanking, kind of sharing structure where we can. Looks like I need to fix the structure there a little bit. Visible issues. We've got our turnaround here at the end, nice little dive, and then double up inside the tunnel and into the brakes. We have our transfer track here on the front side of the station, kind of like we had or like Raven has at Holiday World, and that was one that was added later. They had one train to begin with, and they came back later and added in the transfer track and a second train. So that's where we'll get to. That's kind of our story here anyway. So next up is probably going to be the Philadelphia area. At some point, we will get to some of these other ones. I kind of hesitate to jump in just yet until I at least establish what this connection over to the bridge looks like. Once we get to the bridge, I'll feel a little bit better about it, but that's the one kind of thing that I'm working on right now. Eventually, we'll get to another coaster, I promise, because it's been a long time coming for sure. But there will be other rides and other things and kind of some other learnings. So, yeah, this is the last stream for 2021. I'll have this archive up on YouTube plus some other content here, reviews and other things. If you haven't followed my YouTube channel, the link is down below in the description. Definitely check that out because that's where I post all of the stream recordings and all of the other content. So that's where most of my stuff lies. Definitely check that out. If you like what you saw here and would like to see more, feel free to follow the channel so then you can get those go live notifications. If you feel like subscribing, that would be great too. Certainly no obligation there, but if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can do it for free once a month. So anyway, I think that's it for today. We'll say thank you guys very much for watching, and hope to see you in the next one. And we'll hopefully have that posted here very soon. Join our Discord as well. That's the last one, I forgot. Link below as well. So join the Discord and you can continue the conversation there. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Hope everyone has a really nice end of the year, and we will talk to you later on. Bye now.